favor. There's the breach as Landonia with that cloaking device looking for the kill on VRZida, who swings, finds a kill on Hazel. Landonia picks up the kill on VRZida, finds a second on Mr. Tabs, and it's now just down to Hyper, who's got the Cyclone. 10 seconds left. That's enough time to get it planted. 9 seconds. But if Hyper can't find that Vezin and take out Landonia, no, the EMP got planted at the last second. Rand 6 is the last defender there. Then Hyper takes out Rand 6. We'll get the EMP defuse, and we're going to see a third map.
Hyper, go around. Oh, this could be bad. That's what Blaze needs. Pretty much double like that. Blaze are back in control. This is how Blaze operate. They take these rounds.
Welcome back to the Breachers VRML, everybody. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today we're with Blaze EU, currently number 2 in the EU standings. I've got Rise and VRZida with me here. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks.
Feeling good. Prepared for the finals, yeah?
Oh yeah. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. So let's just get right into the questions here. So after 13 weeks of the regular season, you finally made it to the end. You're number 2 in the standings, so you get to skip that Challenger Cup. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I've always been a competitive player myself, so to be able to play in finals and also skip the nervous Challenger Cup, it feels really good. Obviously, 13 weeks of matches, and we've managed to secure a very good position in the ladder. Second place is very good, especially with all the competition that we've had to be up against throughout the season. I'm very happy with how we've placed after these 13 weeks and how the team has done as well to get us here. I think everyone's done a very good job.
Yeah, as he's saying, we trained hard, we fought hard for this. We claimed that number 2 spot and kind of sealed it right in the middle of the season, and we stayed there. It's a really good seeding, and yeah, we're grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, did you expect to be a top 7 team when you started the season?
Well, obviously we were here in the preseason, so we were quite high up in that. I believe we came 3rd overall in the 3rd place playoff. So we did expect to stay quite high up. I didn't really expect the team to drop off. I knew we had the skill, I knew we had the talent to be this high. But I also knew there'd be other competition in the league as well. Obviously, Season 1's much bigger than preseason. There's prizes up for grabs, and more people are going to be playing. So the fact that we've still managed to secure such a high seeding compared to all the teams that are now in the league, I think we've done, like I said, a very good job. I didn't expect to be this high, to be honest. So we'll take 2nd place, and yeah, I'm just very happy with the team, and I think we've done a very good job.
Yeah, we got the 2nd seeding, and let's see if we can make it higher in the finals.
There you go. Love the confidence there. So in terms of the regular season, did you have a difficult moment there or a big challenge?
I think the big challenge was because there was a lot of balancing updates throughout the season. Like early on in the season, the crouch spam nerf.
Yeah, that was big.
That came in, and we were quite lucky actually because that didn't really bother us as much, and it kind of showed in those first couple of weeks because we were winning games that were like scrims and games that maybe we wouldn't have won a couple of weeks prior.
Sure.
So as far as that goes, that wasn't too challenging, but I guess our bigger matches, like towards the end of the season, we started getting casted, and that puts a bit more pressure on the players.
Yeah.
But personally, I'm fine with that. But I think our biggest challenge is getting used to having to be casted now for the finals and these big competitions. Like we're not going to get any free games. Every round counts now as we go into the. Obviously, it's single elimination, so you could lose by 1 round and that's it. Your whole season's done.
Yeah.
So I guess the biggest challenge that's coming is going to have to be dealing with the pressure.
Yeah, as Rise is saying, all of our casted matches were quite unlucky because we multiple times had technical difficulties where we have been players leaving game mid rounds. So we had the 4v5 multiple times. It didn't really look good on the scores we got, yeah. But leaving but dealing with the pressure and then the mental after the game, and that's something we've been working on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, do you have a team that you feel is kind of a rival here, or that's a little more challenging than all the others?
Yeah, definitely, and I think Zyda will agree with me here. Velocity Esports, very good team.
Yeah, they're great players. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a rivalry with them for a few weeks now. I guess ever since our match against them.
But of course, it's all about mutual respect between the teams,
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, it's good that we have the rivalry because, in my opinion, it makes it a bit more exciting.
Right.
Having a bit of competition in the league. And hopefully, if we see them, I think the only way we'll see them is in the grand finals. So hopefully,
Unless Cobra Carton gets them.
All going well. We'll make it to the grand. I think it'll be our first grand finals, right? And it'll be against them. And I think if that happens, it'll be a very good match. So obviously aiming quite high there, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, confidence is key. You know, if you have that kind of mental, then I think you can go far with it. And then, of course, you know, we're coming up to the postseason. You're trying to get to those grand finals, face off against Velocity or whoever else makes it there. What's your plan going into the postseason? You scrimming or new plans, anything like that?
Celebrating and scrimming, yeah, probably.
Yeah, exactly like that. We're definitely very happy to secure the spot.
Yeah.
And any wins that we do get. But we have we've made ourselves a deal to get as much practice as possible. Obviously, we've got the holidays coming up, so we're going to take a little break over that.
Sure.
But throughout the finals, and Zyda's not going to like me for saying this, but we have a couple of main roster absences. I'm not going to say who. Keep that confidential. But we're going to have to be training those substitutes who maybe don't play as much for this big game coming up. And hopefully, the more we train them, the better they'll get. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, semis will be interesting.
We just have to get as much practice in as possible, and I think the guys will do a great job, to be honest. They're all lovely people, and yeah, that's the preparation we're going to do. Just keep on scrimming until it clicks, I guess.
Okay. And then, of course, final question here, and this is optional, so if you don't want to answer this, you don't have to, but we got a prize pool of $9,000 in cash and hardware. Now, if you ended up winning, what would you spend the money on?
I'm honestly really thinking about getting the Quest 3. So I would usually use some money of that towards some VR accessories or the Quest 3. Mm-hmm. But I'm still not sure. I'm not sure if the tracking is going to be better. I'm not sure if I should get the Pro controllers. I'll see.
Decisions, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, I have no idea what I'd do, because if I won any sum of money, I think it'd be the biggest achievement that I've had in my gaming career. So I'd probably sit there and look at it. I'd be like, "That's crazy."
To be honest, I really expect you're gonna know what you're gonna spend it on, because you keep talking about the money nonstop, man. You're the most hungry, man. It's like every tournament, guys, there's a cash prize. We gotta win it, man.
Yeah, you tell everyone.
Shout out to Omnium.
Okay, well, that's going to do it for our interview this afternoon. Of course, big thanks to both Rise and Zyda for taking time out of their day to answer our questions here. And of course, we do wish Blaze EU good luck on all of your post-season content. But for now,
thank you.
That's going to do it for us over here at the VRML. I'm Gibular Bob, and I'll see you all for the next interview.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for tuning in and joining me. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joined here by 2 players from the Underdog Squad, one of the top 7 EU teams to automatically qualify and advance on through into that postseason. And let's start with you, Marks, and then go to not Mikey, and introduce yourselves and who what sort of your role is on the Underdog team.
Yeah, hi. My name is Max. I'm co-captain on Underdogs. Been with the team for a couple months now. Mikey, do you know how many by any chance? It must have been 5 months-ish. Pretty much since, a month or 2 after the team started, if I'm not wrong about it. And I do a little bit of IGL every now and then when Mikey's not there to shout at people. And otherwise, I do a lot of organizational stuff. Just really happy to be playing with these guys.
Awesome. Mikey? Or not Mikey, sorry.
Not Mikey. Good afternoon, evening. I'm not Mikey. I'm the captain of Team Underdogs, or UNDG. Been the captain since the team's formation in June, I believe it was, of this year.
Awesome.
Try to not take ourselves too seriously, and we just go in and enjoy the games and the competition.
Yeah, I admittedly haven't had a lot of eyes on the EU games over the course of this season, but we will definitely have our eyes on you and your team going into the postseason with those games getting broadcast on the YouTube channel here. And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your team, how you're feeling, because it has been 13 weeks of matches, a long season to play to get to this stage. How does it feel to finally be here and be able to skip that Challenger Cup?
Looking forward to throwing ourselves at the finals and getting involved in that first match, kind of counting down the days to our match up against Blaze, I believe it is. Again, we enjoy playing, regardless of whether it's a win or a loss. We try to focus on having fun, learning a lesson. Sometimes it's a hard lesson, a loss, or there's always something you can walk away with to learn. But we like playing together. We have a good roster. We all get along together, so as long as the banter's going and the morale's higher, we just want to engage within the kind of competitive component of breaches and have fun whilst doing so.
Heck yeah. Marks, anything to add there?
Yeah. I can pretty much just second that. We're under no illusion that playing against Blaze will be easy at all. But we're certainly in a position where, it's not the same matchup that it would have been, say, 3 months ago. We've really grown together a lot as a team. Marketed ourselves as a very casual team initially. That's kind of faded into a little bit more of a sweaty territory. So yeah, we'll see what we can do in the quarters, and even if it's not a win against Blaze, we're just really happy to be there.
So I'll direct this next one at you, Marks. You kind of already answered it, but did you expect to be a top 7 team when you joined the VRML?
No, absolutely not. The way I met these guys was literally just Mikey and I playfully insulting each other in pubs, and then him going after 2 games, Ed, you want to be in the team? I wouldn't say I expected it whatsoever. Even, like I said, 2-3 months ago, if you said it, probably wouldn't have expected it still, but we're here, and I think, we fought for it.
No, not really. I think I second Marks. We are grateful to be where we are. I think we've fought hard initially. We were incredibly casual, and we progressively become more competitive as we go on. The kind of yearning for the win kind of slowly becoming a little less casual as the time goes on. But again, we just endeavor to not take ourselves too seriously. So, go into the games, have a bit of fun. If we win, it's great. And if we start losing, not to tilt, not to tell each other. Kind of the MO that I try to push against the boys is, keep fighting. And even if it's a loss, go down swinging. So.
Yeah, and there's sometimes difficult moments to a season, difficult moments to a match. What was, in your mind, the most difficult part of this whole season?
I don't think there's one particular kind of difficulty. We like engaging with the challenge. I suppose one of the most difficult components of just engaging with the league is just the organizational element, especially from a captain's perspective, as well as, I'm sure Marks can agree with this, just kind of making sure we have the right availability, the timings work, everybody's going to be there on time, in place, and kind of working together the logistical elements. Playing the game is fun. We enjoy the game. That's why the roster was initially majority onward players. I'm an ex-onward player myself. Awesome. We come from a VR background territory. It used to be managing 2 games. Now we're just managing the 1. So it's more so just making sure everyone's time is managed and, people turn up and we can enjoy breaches, which is why we all play.
Yep, absolutely. Marks, anything to add there?
No, nothing much really to add to that. I don't think we've ever really had a proper like devastating loss or anything of the sort, which I'm sure you'd love to hear about. But like Mikey said, we're just taking it chill, one game at a time.
Awesome. I guess on the note of taking it chill one game at a time, what are your plans for the postseason? Are you scrimming? Are you practicing? Are you doing video reviews? Or is it just still kind of sticking to that little bit more of a casual style?
I mean, we are progressively getting a little bit more sweaty, as I've already mentioned.
Right.
We're trying to focus on the strategy a little bit more, particularly breaching. I think defense is kind of simple. You have roamers, you have guys anchoring on objective, you have guys kind of roaming adjacent to the objective, closer to the objective, and there are certain control areas that you don't want the enemy to get to, all that good stuff. From my perspective, as well as Mark's, we're focusing a little bit more on specific strategies of breaching. I'm quite confident that the guys have the ability. We've got some newer guys on the team, so it's kind of just getting them up to speed with the way we like to do things, the pace and stuff like that, and the way we like to communicate. So that's like, I suppose, going back to your last questions, one of the main challenges is bringing the newer guys on the roster up to speed. And
really, we're just going to be using the postseason mainly to do all the things that we're going to do, scrim a bit, do some strats, but we're not going to overdo it much. Mikey, I've got some echo in your mic. If you could just mute yourself for a sec.
Last question here. You got a lot of strong teams that you're going to be going up against, some potentials if you advance on. When you look at that playing field, is there a potential team that you're worried about, or is there one specific squad that you got your eye on, and as you go into this postseason?
I think at the moment we've probably, if possible, we'd like to face the most HF, hepatosis Forge. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. But yeah, we know their players the most. We get along the most with them. So having like an official matchup with them would probably be the most enjoyable, I imagine, for both sides. So that's one that we'd really look forward to.
Marks,
personally, anyway.
Yeah, you have a different answer there, Marks?
No, I'm absolutely in the same boat. Like, we get along with the guys from HF really well. Obviously, the chances of us getting through Blaze and to HF are relatively low, but we're gonna do our best and see if maybe it works out at the end.
So, do you guys? This is off of the list of questions, but we've with they speak. I think it's German. Is that right? Have you guys had any like language barrier there when you've been communicating with them or anything like that?
Well, half of them are German, half of them are from the United Kingdom. Okay. So they're really, and they've got one German player that most of their German players speak impeccable English, and we also have a German player on our side as well. So
awesome. Thank you guys so much for answering my questions. I really appreciate you taking the time to jump in here, and hopefully you enjoy your break before we get into some rigorous postseason action. But again, thank you for taking the time. Any last minute shout outs, anything else you have to say before we go?
Just a quick shout out to the team, everyone who's obviously not here in the interview participating. Appreciate you all massively. It's been great playing with you, and I'm looking forward to many more months and maybe even years, who knows?
Everything. Hold on.
Oops.
Welcome everybody to the Preachers VRML Season 1 EU Top 8 Single Elimination Pre-Show. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined on the desk with a great host of casters, Jonesy and Fallen. Jonesy, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
I'm quite tired today. It's only 3:34, but I mean, I've got to get up and do this wonderful games today.
Oh yeah, you got to get up. 6:30 a.m. wake up call for me over here. Fallen, what about you? How are you feeling this afternoon?
I mean, I'm feeling great, man. Just ready to go, I guess.
Of course, ready to go, ready to jump into the action this afternoon, just like a lot of teams jumped into the action last weekend. For those not aware of what you're tuning into here this afternoon, this is the top 8 eliminations portion of our postseason. The postseason, a culmination of all of these teams playing for 13 weeks of regular season gameplay, playing every single week of that season, trying to get into the top 7 where they auto-qualify in to this section of the tournament. We also had a Challenger Cup where we had one winner come out of the Challenger Cup and play in the top 8 yesterday. That winner almost beat our number 1 seed, and we'll talk a little bit about that in just a second, but they played in the Challenger Cup, came out of that Challenger Cup, and played yesterday. So we don't have any Challenger Cup participants today. Instead, we have only teams that have automatically qualified into the top 7 playing through the regular season. And it does mean that we're going to get the best of the best battling it out here this afternoon. The format, for those unaware of how this is all going to work out here this afternoon, is a little bit like... Oh, pulled the wrong thing. There we go. Wrong bracket. A little bit like this, we see, again, those earlier matches happening in round 1. Round 1 is single elimination. If you lose in round 1, you are knocked out of the tournament. Round 2 is technically double elimination, but you only can qualify 3rd place as the highest position if you lose in the semifinals. And then the finals, both of which happen next weekend. Definitely what we're looking forward to, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, and I do want to go back just a touch and chat with you both about the 2 matches that we had yesterday. Because, Jonesy, I mean, I don't know what you were anticipating in terms of the quality of cast, but when we jumped in and watched those games, that was a perfect start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, after, just in that first game, which I casted alongside you and Robin, it was quite a shock to see such, the Challenger Cup winner coming through, going 6-6 twice in a row, and sadly not coming out. And then the second game, it was kind of similar. We started off with that tie, and then .com got the momentum, went 7-0, and ended on a 7-3 win.
Yeah, it certainly was a impressive series. Fallen, when you tuned in for the EU, session just yesterday, were those that was what you were expecting in terms of quality of gameplay?
It was really fun to watch, especially with the first game going as it was with Velocity and TGFC. The underdogs playing 2 rounds and holding their own for 2 rounds. It was really fun to watch, actually. But yeah, I was just sitting in the stands enjoying that.
Yeah, that was certainly, I think, a lot closer than a lot of people thought it was going to be. And I think that's the beauty of the postseason. It's what I always harken on when we get to this point, is that you really don't know what's going to happen. We're going to talk about the matches that we're going to get into today in just a little bit. And, we may sound like we have stats and stuff that we are diving into that's giving us details and information, but the reality is that we it's anyone's game at this stage in the postseason. When you look at these matchups, when you look at the rankings, super hard to really predict how things are going to shape up, because even when you look at the number 1 seed Velocity versus the number 10 seed TJFC, we still had a close series there. So I don't know what to necessarily expect this afternoon, but again, I do want to take a look at that bracket and get ready for the matchups here today, because we do have 2 more matchups in round 1 to play out this afternoon. The first one we'll chat about is French Resistance and Cheeky Breachy. Fallen, what are your thoughts on these 2 teams? What do the regular season stats have to say about them? What's their record like? What can we expect from them in our second game of the day that we'll be tuning into?
I mean, Cheeky Breachy are obviously near to the top of the table. They're a lot higher than French Resistance, or not a lot, but they're still up there. Mm-hmm. But it's French Resistance style and gameplay that really gets them the win times. Like, as I can see here, French Resistance have actually beat Cheeky Breachy in the past. It's the only match they've had this season where they've won 20-11. So it's one of those where, depending on playstyles, you just don't know how it's going to go. It can either go French Resistance way or Cheeky Breachy's, and in this kind of tournament, you never know what's going to happen.
That is the beauty of the postseason. Your thoughts on our second matchup of the afternoon, Jonesy? Anything else to add on top of that?
I mean, Cheeky Breachy coming in from also playing in the preseason. French Resistance is kind of a mixed match of the old French and new. So we are going to see a lot of similar playstyles to we saw in that first preseason and postseason. But I reckon French Resistance are going to come back heavy because they've played really well so far this season.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll have to see how that one shakes out. Again, that is the second matchup of the afternoon. Our first matchup that we'll be jumping into is Blaze EU versus Underdogs, aka Undog. We saw the interviews just before the pre-show went live. We may see them at breaks at some point throughout the stream. Who knows? But you know, they are definitely two teams that are very focused on the game, and Underdogs maybe just happy to be in that 7th place. But you know, Jonesy, I'll start with you. Curious on your thoughts on the first match of the day, the match that we'll be jumping into after this pre-show finishes in about 20 minutes from now. What do you think of Blaze EU and Underdogs?
I mean, Underdogs very much an underdog, and they have come from very much a lower playstyle. So coming from what people call a tier 2, low tier 2 or high tier 3, coming up to this tier 1 team region and showing that they can play in it against these top teams. They have shown so much that they have the playstyle to be here, and hopefully today they show us exactly what they're fighting for. Blaze, on the other hand, being top of the board the whole season, only with 5 losses. Underdogs with 6 and playing 1 extra match. No, wait, 7 is... Underdogs win 7 as well. Blaze are going 7-5, meaning the ties are quite even, but Underdogs have played more games, so hopefully that more game skill comes through.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking again at the 2 seed versus the 7 or versus the 8 seed, excuse me, battling it out here this afternoon, and so it's going to be very interesting to see how this first matchup of the day shakes out, and I think it's going to really set the tone for the rest of the day, because I imagine that Blaze EU and Underdogs is going to be a close battle, to say the least. Again, to your point, both of these teams facing each other for the first time, that can throw a big wrench in people's plans. Blaze, still the favorite, like you said, higher seed, and I think if you look at their interview and you look at the strategy, their focus, they seem to have a little bit more of a plan in mind in terms of progressing through this bracket that we were just looking at. You know, they definitely seem to be driven. Fallen, you know, your thoughts before we go to a break here on the Blaze EU Underdogs matchup?
I mean, I think, you know, Underdogs, as Jonesy said, they're near the bottom of that top 10 stack. I just don't think they have the experience to go against the top 3 team. But you never know with these competitions. They have been practicing. They've been, you know, doing plenty of scrims and things like that. And maybe Blaze is in for a big shock. But, you know, who knows?
Maybe Blaze is in for a big shock. Well, it leads me in to the final sort of question of this pre-show. Where do we see ourselves going out of this round 1? Who do we see advancing on out of this bracket stage into the semis? And then maybe I'll even ask you who you think is going to advance on through that. But for now, let's start with you, Jonesy. Who do you see taking the Blaze EU Underdogs match and Cheeky Beachy French Resistance?
Honestly, for this Blaze and Underdogs one, just due to the amount of experience that Blaze have had, I'm going to go with Blaze. I mean, Underdogs, yeah, like I said, have been doing all them scrims, but it doesn't equate to this sort of high atmosphere which Blaze is used to. CHBR French Resistance, honestly, I want to say CHBR are going to fight map 1, but then maybe French Resistance come back at the end of that one to take it to the semis.
Okay, interesting decisions. Fallen, I'm coming to you next. Where do you see, who do you see winning out and going into the semis?
Well, I think Blaze has a, you know, Underdogs just haven't got that top tier, you know, experience to win that match, and I think they'll just dominate Blaze, or Blaze will dominate them. But for Cheeky Breachy and French Resistance, I think French Resistance, weird and wacky playstyle, if I'm allowed to call it that.
Of course.
I think that will just give them the edge to win. It's so complex, but it's brilliant. It works. It really works.
Oh boy, a lot to look forward to for the EU side of things, and a reminder that this is not the end of the day by any means. Even after these first 2 matches, we still have NA that'll be coming up pretty quickly after at 1:30 p.m. PST with a pre-show, so you're not going to want to miss that. Do be sure to tune in and catch that action. Same channel, same place. You can see the event even posted in a bit ahead of time already, so if you do want to get ready for it. But also, obviously, stick around here because in just, 15 minutes time, we will be jumping in to the Blaze EU versus Underdog Underdogs matchup you are not going to want to miss. The start and the last day of the top 8 elimination before we go to the semifinals next weekend and the finals on Sunday, next Sunday. A lot to look forward to over the weekends. We probably will sprinkle some interviews over the course of the week with the teams that have won this weekend. And so plenty of content ahead. So if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button as well. We're going to go to a brief break, start to set up for the match, get everything ready on our side. And when we come back, we will be diving into Blaze EU versus Underdogs. So do not go anywhere.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3.
From the hallway and now from the open door. It just opened up.
25 points, 1 versus 1. Last round, Evil Jester putting some pressure in that doorway. Still unable to pick up the EMP, and the ace is going to go down.
Getting down to 15 seconds. Ash has recovered that EMP, looking to push in. Solo swings out, finds 2. And
Welcome everybody to the Breachers VRML Season 1 EU Top 8 Single Elimination. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-casters Jonesy and Fallen, and we are getting ready to jump into our first matchup of the 2 matches today. Blaze EU versus Underdogs. Jonesy, we're here. We're just about ready to get in the game. We have teams in lobby. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite excited for this. Underdogs recently have been playing the game a lot more than what you see, and I reckon they could put up a good fight in these matches.
Interesting. Fallen, your thoughts on this matchup before we jump in to round number 1?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to, seeing the kills, seeing the plays, and just enjoying the game.
Of course, seeing the kills, seeing the plays. It's exciting times. It looks like we are full rosters in lobby. I've given the go-ahead to the players. We should be getting into the action shortly. For everyone tuning in, thank you so much for stopping by and patiently waiting for us to get into round 1. And we are starting round number 1 on ship. Jonesy, it is an exciting time to be alive here as we get ready to dive into the action this afternoon. Round number 1 on ship. Blaze EU on the defense, Underdogs on the attack. Fallen, I want to start with you first because we're going to have you in between rounds. Where do you think round 1's going to go?
It's hard to tell, but I think with the pistol rounds, you never know because it's just, it's not a team's full potential. So it's one of those, I can't make a decision on which team I think is going to win.
The toss-up, the coin toss almost, so to speak, right? Who's going to get the kickoff in some ways? Kind of football terms, right? This is basically the coin toss, is that pistol round. And here we go, Jonesy, into round number 1. Quick breaches for Underdogs on the windows. Drones coming out, standard scouting stuff, and they're not flying in too early.
Yeah, I mean, we immediately have this bridge hatch going down. We have the drone on the stairs where Tabs is on this bottom, like the bottom of the staircase, just waiting for someone to come through. Pings are going in, and we only have 3 members in, and a nade hits Mark for most of his health, and some Jesper shot going across.
A big nade that connects nicely onto Marks. There's no health syringes this early in this with round 1, so not going to be able to heal up, and it's going to be that HP the entire round. So good damage done. That could carry on to cost them later in these rounds as Rise takes up a very tight angle, holding the doorway, waiting for these attackers on Underdogs to push into this A site. But look at this. Underneath, Mr. Tabs rotating through the stairs. They may connect to the double kill. Oh, and a great peek from Scottish Ripper, reading that rotation very nicely. Turns and finds the headshot to deny any sort of flank from connecting. Underdogs look to be in control outside of this A site.
Wall and the grenade going in. Mark trying to get a tag of his own, but Legolo is tucked behind the bomb. Both walls on A site down. Mark has entered. We have Stick up on the high table, throwing his own nade once again, landing quite close but not connecting. Scottish takes out Legolo with the chorus.
An absolute brawl on the backside of A opens up and ends with Rise still alive in a 1v4, but they'll be quickly picked off by Scottish Ripper. That Taurus connecting for multiple kills on the round, and they start things off very strong for Underdogs. They come in here, guns blazing, Fallen, and nab themselves a very nice early lead.
I mean, Scottish saved them at the start from getting hit by that flank, and then proceeded to rip through all the other opponents with that Taurus, headshot after headshot. Got the 4 kills, and just kind of got them off to a good round. Hopefully that momentum stays, and it should be good for them if that momentum stays and it doesn't, fade out.
Yeah, start of a nice opening, and wow, look at the investment coming in here, Jonesy. 2 rifles, an RCP, double drone. This is a big buy for Underdogs. They are taking this round win and running with it.
I mean, yeah, Underdogs have been practicing ships, so they have some of their own strategies, and it seems every time I've seen Underdogs, they always kind of buy this second round. I mean, the 2 rifles coming out on a force buy is quite common, but having an SMG from Marks, it's not something you see that often for a force buy.
Here we go, round number 2 opening up here as the drone assesses the situation, figures out where this defense is set up. Make sure there's no one's upstairs on this top floor. Kind of, again, making sure there's no roamers early, trying to get aggressive off a nice round 1 win. And there isn't any real early roamers on that top floor. If anything, they do have Mr. Tabs on the bottom floor, kind of poking and prodding, waiting to hear if they see hear anything on the stairs. Stickosaurus also kind of on the hunt with Legolo, but they're not going to find much just yet, as Underdog does just do some drone work and continues to assess this top floor.
Yeah, Scottish Ripper now pressing up through bridge, trying to look like they want to get the thrown over as they go down these stairs, and there it is retrieved. The hatch above the kitchen is open as a drone goes through the little lounge room. Rise trying to take it out, but the drone manages to split out and is going to check downstairs, but doesn't catch Tabs.
That drone, has a tight FOV too. When you really do consider it, when it's coming through, you can miss a lot with the drone. Players
signaling downstairs.
Players do try and avoid that drone at all costs, and you can stay underneath it, avoid the backside of it. The rotation still coming into B site, though, and it seems to be somewhat known. VR Zadia pinging this space. Maybe they heard the footsteps of Marks or Scottish walking up here through F1 restroom, but the foam's going to go down on A site, and A seems to be the play. Mr. Tabs going to come back up through the stairs. The Scottish Ripper catches Legolo. A site wide open. Rise tucked into a tight corner, waiting for the play to come in, and Mr. Tabs tries to flank on the backside. They'll go down as multiple players getting picked apart. Rise swings the doorway, catches the kill, takes it into a 2v2, but here come the rifles. Underdog with Vezin and Marks with the RMCP.
Stick did not hear that drop as Casper dropped there. Casper does have the other Vezin that was out, so Stick does have to be careful. Marks is over on the back of A cloaked. Doesn't realize Stick is behind, so Stick may slip around to get a shot off. But Casper with now the EMP going for maybe a plant below the hatch.
They got time, 30 seconds left. I say that, but not a lot of time. They have to get the plant down. Here it is. It's going to force the rotation out of Stickosaurus. They are going to be pushing in to this 1v2, and they'll first find Marks' headshot. A beautiful pickup right away, catching Marks completely off guard. The information, though, is here for Casper now, and they should have an idea of where this final defender is. They should have an accurate kill count. What is the play? They're going to go up to that top floor and defend through the hatch. That's the play. And Stickosaurus is going to challenge them on that top floor. They're going to go up the stairs, look at the long angle, and Casper is going to find the headshot.
Yeah, there we go. We have another round there going to Underdogs. This momentum coming through Fallen. From your point of view, what did you really like from Underdogs that round?
I mean, we had that all-out brawl in the start. They were, both teams came in, collided, just started firing at each other, and the play to get that EMP down under the hatch, I think that just secured the win, because that meant, Stick had to go towards Casper. It meant Casper could hold his ground, and it was a brilliant play to get into that room, get the plant down, and, just hold that ground that they needed to hold.
I like the aggression from Stickosaurus to go up the stairs. I think a lot of players would have tried to battle the awkwardness through the hatch. We saw a lot of that, actually, yesterday. In both days, both regions, I think, a good read to go for that long angle instead, but also a good read by the Underdogs Casper there, I think, who caught that headshot to be ready for that rotation. Ultimately, we're looking at two teams that really understand the way to move around this map, Jonesy.
Yeah, this map is not most played in comp. It's one of the It was the first map coming out by Triangle Factory that wasn't in the game on release, so you don't see that many people playing it, but Underdog really do have a passion for this map, as we have the drone going in through the bridge window, trying to check out the stairs, and Rise hitting it through the wall. What a lucky wallbang.
Yeah, but that could also maybe give you misinformation, because you get hit reg there and maybe you think you've connected with a player that's not there. Instead, it's a drone that you've destroyed. So how do you read the data is always the question. Blaze, with their backs against the wall, finally have rifles in hand, and so they aren't going to overextend or get too pushy off of any of those hit markers early. Everyone is tucked in to A site, and they're really going to force Underdog to push into this site and plant the objective, because everyone has tucked in, and they still don't have a lot of utility going down. Only one static emitter.
Yeah, that one static is in what we'd call a normal spot, but the other wall is going down as smokes are thrown around. A couple of shots coming out from Zyder, hitting Ripper, but Ripper not managing to repercuss. But Legolo on the back, it looks like he's been hit by a nade. Sat very close touch with only a Spectral.
Gotta say, love to see the VRML skin in use here in this all-out brawl on A side as Zadia tries to hold down through the hole in the wall and catches Scottish Ripper. A little payback from round 1. Marks here swings to pick up 1, looking for 2. They'll find 3. Everyone going down. Rise finally shutting the chaos down, but ... will push up another kill. Quickly refragged, and we're into a 2v2 around A side as the bomb plant goes down.
Oh, Legolo on the flank, not seeing Mikey, trying to check out the EMP. Now a 1v2, Rise on full health versus 2 Vezins. The enforcers here do have a cloaking device by Casper, meaning that they could easily just hide and sit it out, but it looks like Rise may go for a flank on Mikey here.
Has to
Being
pick
paid
up
from Mikey. That round for Underdogs was a massive win on that Force round.
Yeah.
Fallen, what?
God, I mean, Underdogs going up 3 now, you know? It's not what we expected, but they're doing it, and it's been brilliant. Blaze are just, I don't know if they can't, I don't think they can't handle the pressure, you know? Underdogs coming in really quickly, making sure they get all the angles, everything they need, and Blaze just, you know, get kind of circled in and taken out. So it's just, I don't know.
I gotta wonder, you know, out of all the teams, I think Blaze has some casts, if I'm not mistaken, and so maybe they're looking at footage and getting those details of how Blaze plays and countering it well. They're coming in seemingly very prepared. Underdogs have strategies for ship, and they're executing very well on them. And to Jonesy's point, Fallen, they're in a very good position now on the economy.
Yeah, they're looking like they've got, you know, money to throw. Basically, they could just throw it off the side of the ship. They've got it all. They don't need nothing else.
A little Breachers tea party?
Swim.
Yeah.
I need to go for a swim for that reason.
I love it. Into the round we go. Round number 4 kicking off here. Blaze again on the defense. The first half of every map is 6 rounds played on one side, and then we swap sides, reset economies, and the other team gets a chance to defend. So that's what we're waiting for. Is that drone was attempted? No, the breaching foam gets tossed up. Transferred to the right player. Nades getting exchanged around as the entry into the top floor is prepared. VR Zadia is here on this top floor, so it's a good thing that they're sending that drone out to poke and prod before they commit to pushing into Zadia's angle.
Yeah, Zyder is just sat in that bomb site, and the drone isn't actually going to go and clear that room. It was trying to take a little peek, but he doesn't get noticed. Now the drone is at... Oh, maybe this is the point. The drone is heading around into navigation. Doesn't see him as he is sat in connector. Now the drone goes in, and Zyder takes it out with 1 bullet, but gets seen. Marks and Scottish are going to have to be careful of the flank from Tabs as well.
Oof. In the danger zone, as they say, as Mr. Tabs could easily have pushed up there and maybe caught the back of 2. Fortunate that Tabs didn't overextend or just get aggressive. And you know, that's the beauty of Breachers, right? It's the weighing of your choices, the tactical decisions that can make or break a round. Sometimes they're hard to commit to because they really do force you to extend quite far out of your comfort zone. As Tabs is going to go back up the stairs, maybe reconsider going a little bit higher here up the stairwell, looking for that top floor pick. They are slowly working their way here. They've got the Cyclone in hand, and reminder that their economy is in shambles after that last round. They find one. They'll be able to pick up a rifle. Quickly refragged. Thankfully, Marks finds that, because that could have been devastating. They could have got their hands on that rifle and suddenly been battling back several of the Underdog players pushing in.
Yeah, just 1 rifle does make that, and that kill coming in was very handy, but Mikey is also trying to press in, and Rise is taking some shots out. Mikey almost getting a tag, and Marks is now making his way down the stairs where he may come into Zyder. Marks peeking it, getting the headshot. Casper also heading down the stairs, going around towards the bathroom. Marks trying to get a phone down, but the trip mine's underneath the table. Now just Casper there. He's going to try and get the foam down. Goes down, gets exploded. Rise doesn't manage to get the shots off. Now a 3 versus 1. Legolo, last one alive.
A beautiful entry from the Underdogs team. Another coordinated push in. Everyone on point as Legolo goes down from Casper in the corner. Again, in sync. Everyone pushing into the side at the same time from different angles. Up 4-0 on the attacking side on Ship. Underdogs. We gotta fall in before I ask you again what your thoughts are. I'm gonna have the bracket pulled up here, showing where this team is seated. 7th overall, ranked 8th in the total ladder versus Blaze, ranked 2nd. Underdogs are doing it right now on attack.
I mean, Underdogs, they're fighting the fire, beating the Blaze, but you know it's a brilliant performance. They're getting in there, they are sticking to what their plan is, and it's working. You know, these players they can't handle it. Mr. Tabs obviously getting Scottish last round, but there's Marks ready to save the day, ready to stop that from turning into anything too bad, and it's just a brilliant performance from them to beat, the higher up team. It's going great for them.
They are stepping up to the task of the postseason, Jonesy, exceeding expectations. I don't know what the lower, again, I saw in chat someone yelling at me, tell Nightfire that the ranks don't matter in EU, and maybe it's the top 10 that are all just basically similar skill level, but to that point, Jonesy, that would kind of make sense, right? How close all these games have been, with now Underdog seed 8 going up against seed 2. I mean, it is seemingly a toss-up in the top 10 in the EU on who is going to be coming out on top here in this postseason. That's what makes it so exciting, and the Underdogs are performing exceptionally well here on Ship. On the attacking side, a reminder, Ship typically favored for the defense. So they're doing really good here to continue to apply pressure, continue to take rounds away. This is vital for Blaze to at least get the next 2 on the board.
Yeah, getting the next 2 will be a huge momentum into that when they get flipped over to attack. Like you said, very much a defense side map, but Underdogs literally making these Underdog strategies and the drones getting shot out. It's always the same push. It's always coming through bridge, getting your drones out, getting the wall down, and then everything just goes off.
Well, it's the utility usage too. As Mikey catches one through the wall. It's the utility usage, it's the pre-fire, it's the early frags. They've got a smoke on one wall, they're going to open up another. They're really misdirecting this offense and denying vision when it's necessary for them. It's good coordination. They are really coming in prepared into this postseason. They've really seemingly done their homework during that little that postseason break. And, well, let's see if it pays off on the breach now as A-side's wide open. Mark's flying in. Audio transmitter giving away the position, and Mark's looking for one over the top on Legolo. Can't find the full kill as Rise comes alive on a nope, not Mikey. Mark's is going to continue to push in. Finds nothing. Well, it does get Stickosaurus, but will instantly get refragged. Rise picking apart the entry through the hole in the wall, and this Blaze team on defense is still alive. Scottish Ripper has a lot to do on the comeback, but with very little health bars across the board for Blaze.
Yeah, we haven't got here. Scottish Ripper taking out one. He looks like he may just sit back here now, play more defensively as it is a 1 versus 2. The health is quite even, but I mean, Underdog stepped on Blaze, setting them, taking them out, but the Ashes will rise once more, and it comes through there after all those kills come round.
They will rise once more. 2v1, and if you keep letting the timer go, those health syringes are going to come off cooldown, and some health is going to be restored to this Underdog's defense. For now, though, they are still both on slivers of health, and wallbang shots. A couple of those could set something off and find a kill. They get past the hole in wall right as Mr. Tabs drops vision. Typical esports timing. And Scottish is going to get inside. They are going to be able to push up to the back of this defense. They see Tabs cross. They'll see both there. The call-out has to be there. Legolo goes down. Scottish is going to swing wide for the double, and there's a door blocker. What a great piece of utility utilized by Mr. Tabs looking for the flank. They're really misdirecting Scottish Ripper here, and Revolters will win off of time.
The little bait of time by Tabs just ducking in and around. He knows he's low, but he's just wasting that time, and we see it come through. Fallen, that round went very much different from the last 4.
I mean, play of the round definitely goes to that door blocker. Saved the day for Blaze. Just stopped Scottish from being able to chase down Tabs and get the kill. I really cannot tell what's happening differently. It's the same thing, but I think Blaze are just realizing the pattern's the same. well, let's go on to that pattern and let's, you know, repercuss off of it and let's see what happens. It's going really well for them now. They've got that point back that they need.
A vital one because it sets up their economy into a very good position. We'll take a quick look at the scoreboard before we get into that, though. The KD's pretty, I mean, that's actually kind of crazy. 4-1 for underdogs, but look at all of the kills on the Blaze side. 7 for Rise, 4 for Tabs, 3 for Stick. They're picking up plenty of kills in these rounds, but they're not finding the round wins. And I mean, maybe that's because we've come down to a lot of 1v2s, Jonesy.
Yeah, these, honestly, it seems to be when underdogs are pushing a site, they take the site, but then if Blaze are coming from every single door, there's a lot of doors on all these sites, then they kind of get overwhelmed. But every pick they get entering site is just one less pick they need to get, so this bottom floor site will be a little more eventful as it's got way too many walls for good use.
Little insight into the folks at in the chat talking about underdogs, saying that ship is underdog map. So maybe the EU consensus is that underdogs really do have, to your point, a solid grasp of the ship map, and they have some good strategies that they're executing well on so far. We'll see if they can pick up a 5th point on the attack here. That drone identifying Stickosaurus, who has pushed forward and is getting aggressive on that push. Scottish is going to deploy a flash, and like we said yesterday, the flash is something we see mostly from EU and not a lot of in NA.
Yeah, that flash, honestly, what a wonderful piece of utility. You throw it in a room, you turn your back, you walk in backwards. People are trying to look at you, but they can't see you when the flash goes off, and you can just flick around and get a shot off. At least that's how I use it. I don't know how many teams use it.
That's good insight as we get ready to dive in to the breach, it seems. 5 still alive in the first minute down. There's a lot of guesswork, a lot of blind fire through the walls. Some breaches have occurred as B's site is open. But they're really kind of spread out all across B and over towards A. They even have foam down on A, so I gotta wonder what the play is here from underdogs. The misdirect, the redirect, the for now at least, Blaze is staying pretty tight in between A and B.
Yeah, it looks like Blaze is going to stay towards the connector and just spread out. We do have every wall going down. All 4 walls on site go down, and Scottish takes down Tabs from the green engine room as Scottish is still just trying to peek it. Stick taking a little peek, and Scottish, some warning shots saying, don't peek me because I will take your head out like the last. A few more shots coming through, and Marks.
Whoa!
And, yeah, look, exactly. There's a flash going through, but Marks gets hit by that Rise. That behind the machine, going back to connector.
Legolo finds another kill. Zeta trying to battle off the push in and finds 2 more. Casper and Marks going down, making underdog into that 2v3 advantage, making it a 2v2, making it a 2v1 as Zadia finds ... Now, nope, not Mike. He has to clutch things up for underdogs. They cannot find the 5th round on offense. It'll go to Blaze. They'll put 2 on the board, and Blaze EU, are they regaining control, Fallen? Can they put up the 5 offensive rounds they need to win this map?
I mean, I think Blaze are they're learning now. They've seen what, you know, underdogs can do, and they've learned, wait, we need to back off here. We're getting too aggressive, we've got too many roamers, and we're just getting picked off. And that's why they've moved back, and now they're starting to get their kills, you know, and take some of the underdog players out. But hopefully, for Blaze, they will come back, recoup, and get them points back on the board.
About to jump into our reset here, the pistol round, the great evener, as they say, you know, the real equalizer. That's what else, the great equalizer, as they say, that halfway point where the teams swap sides. We go back to fresh economies, like we just started a new round, a new game. It is really a reset point, and maybe the Blaze team can put together a nice offensive push and mimic a lot of what we saw with the underdogs' offensive style. So, we'll have to see how this round goes as we get in to round number 6, 7. Oh gosh, the math, Jonesy, it's already hitting me hard.
Yeah, I mean, it is early for you in the morning. What, 8:26 in the morning, and you're up just after 6. It's for these games, honestly, EU games take a lot of effort, but Scottish roaming gets noticed by the drone, and Zyda takes 1 out. Maybe we do see Blaze playing better on this attack than the defense.
I mean, it's the risk reward of the game. Scottish was looking up there for those early kills, trying to pick out and really demoralize the Blaze offense. You know, get one up early, rotate back down to the defense, have that early advantage. Instead, it does not pay off. They lose one, and the rest of Underdogs are tucked in to their bomb sites waiting for Blaze to make the push towards A or B.
Yeah, I mean, this hatch is open onto B, and it's not really being watched. Casper's watching a little bit, but wouldn't be able to get a shot off. But it's looking very much like a B rush. We do have the kitchen wall go down, and Tabs coming through med. Shots going around. Tabs is going for a little bit of flank here, coming through the right-hand side door instead of the wall. And we have a grenade armed. I do not see where it is. Lands in.
Good toss. Does catch Marks down for half HP. Another nade follows that up. Catches Marks down for the other half. Zyda with a nice kill. A good swing there from Taz. They'll pick up a double. A huge swing in. Blaze look great on the attack. Perfectly coordinated. All 5 alive. Maybe they can pull off the full comeback, Fallen. Based off of how that looked, they clearly feel good on the attack.
Here we go. Blaze, start the fire again. Got the hatches. Scottish pushed in a bit too far. Paid the price. Turned it to a 4v5. They took the hatches. They gained the ground, and then they just, came down like a, like a rain of bullets straight onto Underdogs, and they couldn't hold their own.
It is. It's hard though, admittedly, against a top team like this. Blaze, has a lot of experience. They're not going to go down without a fight. I think Underdogs have to really expect and anticipate that. And look at the investment coming in from Blaze Fallen. A little bit of a risky buy here with 2 rifles and 2 drones.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously thinking we're holding the ground. No one died last round. Well, let's buy. Let's have that upper hand of the rifles and see what happens.
Yeah, no one going down last round is definitely a confidence booster. So they got to be feeling good going into this round. They've got the toolkit to execute it. It's just a matter of if they can push in through the Underdog defense. And really, we're getting our first look at what this Underdog defense looks like on ship. And well, they're gonna get tested again here in round number 8.
Yeah, round 8 is always kind of a forced buy, but we have 2 rifles, but we have a lot of equipment. Stick, Lego, and Rise all just kind of staying with someone with a Vezin. If they go down, they can pick that up, and you never want to force too much. But we do have the walls going down. A wall about to go down with Tabs going ready to detonate the B wall. Both walls down, every wall down, just like we saw with the Underdog defense. 3 people on one side, 2 on the other. Grenades going out and shots everywhere.
Tabs here firing over the B site, has that rifle in play, took some damage, almost goes down, tucks back in, gets the health syringe, readjusts the headset, and takes a bit of a breather. It did not want to lose that rifle. That would have been worst case scenario. Tabs does fortunately survive, gets back to full health, and they can attempt this push in as Rise deploys a nice flash in. Zyda going to put a flash over the top as well. That'll cost them their life in a 1v1. ... Here picks up the rifle, finds one, can't find the double, will go down, and now Mark's alone in a 1v3, has to defend. This Blaze offense from pushing in. Has identified Legolo, so definitely is getting called out by the team on their position, and it's just a matter of if Blaze are going to push in or plant and then push, but Marks is alone in a 1v3 with a Cyclone.
Yeah, I mean, he's running the Cyclone, and unlike what everyone else does, he's not running Suppressor. He's only running the Sight, which, I mean, the Suppressor stops the flash for you, but I reckon he's honestly, it's a hard game. He's now going against 3 players with Vezins. They've got the EMP down. Every wall's open. Tabs may have just seen him, and there's not much he can do when he's being rushed by 2 people with rifles.
No, there is not much he can do, and it's good news for Blaze that they do get through with these 2 rifles, unless of course Marks picks up a double kill here. Gonna have to swing and snap on the Legolo, does get that first kill, can't drop back in time to relocate though. A good refrag from Mr. Tabs, and I think that's one thing you should really pay attention to if you're new to the game or if you're trying to learn how to improve as a team. The refragging is something that these guys are really good at because they're all working together. So as soon as one player goes down, there's another one working in to find that kill back. And well, Blaze have tied it up, Fallen, and it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, it's, they've come back, they've got that 4-4, and the play there was brilliant. They just built on the pressure, didn't allow underdogs to, stand their ground, put their feet in. From ... brilliant to get that kill off, got the Vezin, got the other kill, but he couldn't, capitalize on that, and it was unfortunate. But then Marks just got left on his own with the 1v3, and that was end game basically. But well done to them, underdogs, for at least standing their ground. It was very well done.
I do have to agree with you. They almost had that one. And again, when we look at that scoreboard, we see a lot of kills coming in on both sides. Blaze now, I think the kill leader with Tabs and Zyda with 9 and 9. But you also have Marks and Scottish Ripper with 9 and 8. So the kill leaders right there, almost again, well, even as you'd expect, 4-4. As we get into it, round number 9 kicking off here, and Blaze again on the attack, underdogs on the defense. But this time, underdogs have the full weapon kit at least. There's no utility down to really deter any advancements from this offense, but they've got their rifles in hand.
Yeah, I mean, rifles coming out, both teams kind of buying. Mark sadly not able to afford, so he is running the RCP, but we have seen in both EU and NA that RCP can actually be a vital gun. We do have ... in the laboratory, the sick bay. Just sat here, kind of just waiting for that flank to come through in case they come through that wall again. Tabs is at the bottom of this side stairs, catches the window, so he breaks it open. Maybe giving away his position a little bit much, and it's just a matter now of where a Blaze going to push for next.
RCP coming alive there from Marks on the top floor, but Blaze, yeah, just kind of poking and prodding, almost getting caught there with some damage from that RCP through the wall. They will get the foam down, though, and will open up B-site nicely. I don't think they're going to push B-site just yet, as Mr. Tabs continues to kind of swing and rotate around here through the doorway, waiting to see where this defense is set up. They could easily plant the bomb. I don't think Tabs has the EMP, though. They will find Scottish Ripper. Casper gets dropped on by Stickosaurus. EMP going down. Underdogs on the back foot getting picked apart on B side, and it leaves just ... alone in a 1v5. Everyone from Blaze survives. Blaze have absolutely come alive on their offensive set here, and well, I guess, it's the other side. It's the other side of the world. The EU does things differently. In NA, it's definitely defensive sided. But Fallen, it seems to me that in the EU, the attacking side definitely has a bit of a stronger performance here this afternoon.
I mean, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the EU charm of the pressure, because they just once again, this is. I keep coming back to this point of the pressure. They just get in there. Underdogs, they're struggling to find where people are, what they're doing. And it's just causing them to panic and, come all together. And that's when Blaze just snaps down and just destroys them, takes them all out. Clean sheet, from them. 5 players alive. So they've got all the money in the world as well now. They've got nothing to lose.
Very true. They're in a super good spot moving forward into this next round. They've got all the utility. And in comparison, looking at Underdog's kits, Jonesy, they're in shambles. They've got just pistols that they can work with here in this next round.
I mean, we saw just yesterday as well. The pistols yesterday and also in the CC, pistols can be everything. Pistols can carry you to a win. And it's just something that comes out. Maybe we see underdogs come back this round. It is 4-5 and they need to win 2 to get that tie back. Otherwise, if Blaze win 2 more, we do see the round going through. And Mikey already getting naded, throwing one of his own, and it does not go far. So he throws number 2. Once again, not getting anywhere.
I know people always do ask for the scoreboard, but I would like to remind people you can see KDs when we're in first-person view on the bottom of the screen. Just a quick little fun fact there if you don't notice the fine details of the spectator client. The push coming in here on to B site, ... trying to fend it back, again with just the Spectral in hand. Walls opening up, utility ready to be deployed, and Scottish Ripper rotating all around onto that top floor. Maybe going to try and get a flank on the Stickosaurus and Mr. Tabs, but they have to execute on it soon because B side is open and the push is coming in.
Yeah, Stick is here, leaning across, and Tabs getting a kill on Mikey. He's already hit. His syringe has already been used once. And we see Scottish Ripper come through with a Taurus. Takes down one, but Tabs takes down the refrag. 4v2. Marks an underdog. Marks a ... but they both go down here at the end because the pushes are just a little bit too much.
Fallen there in good shape. 1 point away from taking map number 1 off of a massive comeback from a 4-0 deficit. Looks like a different team here on the attack, and I think this is more of what we expected when we looked at the rankings. Blaze certainly delivering here in the later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant play from them. I don't see no flaws in it whatsoever. They're just getting in there, getting stuck in. Once again, just not letting underdogs take a breather, basically. And it's just snapping down on them, taking out everybody. And the brilliant plays, it's just working out for them. Mr. Tabs, obviously, at the top of the board right now, 16-5. He's doing absolutely fantastic today. And, it's just way too much for Underdog to handle, which is,
How quickly the tide turns, you just have to swap sides, just get a little momentum going into your favor, and suddenly Blaze have that momentum. Underdog do have a chance to fight back here with at least the full kits coming in, Jonesy, so maybe we'll see now with the utility as well. Door blockers, health syringe, static emitters, immolation nades. They're definitely going to have a better chance to hold down the line here. Maybe we'll see another 6-6. We've had plenty of them so far this weekend.
I mean, yeah, the 6-6 is a wonderful thing to see because it always guarantees that third map if it's on the first one or the second. It's just a matter of, do these people want to try and push a 6-6 or do they want to try and get now a 5-7? Because even that is better than going 4-7. It's just trying to pick every kill strategically, but Tabs takes down Casper on that corridor and he is low.
They got plenty of utility. They have 3 health syringes amongst the teams, so they'll get healed back up. Audio transmitter gives away a little bit of information, and it prompts some shots through the wall there to deter Tabs from putting down that foam and breaching that wall. Legolo finds another kill inside, and Underdogs are down to just the 3. This could be it for them on ship. Map number 1 started so good for them as Marks battles back to push in, catches Zyda, but goes down quickly. Nope, not Mikey getting pushed in, and B-Site tries to deploy a nade. A kill from Legolo finds ... and Mikey is alone in a 1v4 as the plant comes down. They're going to try to push into Rise, and Rise will find the headshot. Blaze come back from a 4-0 deficit with 7 unanswered rounds and lock in round number 1. Map number 1 of this best of 3 this afternoon. Blaze Fallen are certainly looking good here. They've got a lot of momentum going into this next map. Where do you think we could be headed if we're to look at the stats? Where do you think Blaze may take this? What's your thoughts so far on this series?
I think Blaze, they're just going to, take the next round as it goes. Probably, I can't see much resistance at the minute from Underdogs. It just looks like they're stuck. There's, they didn't even, I think they're barely getting kills off. Was it still a 5-man team last round, or did they manage to get one off? Can't remember.
I think they got, yeah, it's a good question. I think they got one.
I can't remember.
I think they got one in the last round.
As we saw from the earlier rounds, Underdogs were winning with 1 player left, 2 players left. They were never a full team. But now Blaze have switched around. They're on the attack. Blaze have got all 5 players, stretching down to 4. Still alive at the end of the round. So it just seems like Blaze have just got that upper hand at the minute. And, Underdog don't know how to react.
I mean, look at the KDAs on the scoreboard. You'll see a lot more deaths on the side of Underdogs. To your point, a lot of them surviving. And Mr. Tabs 17-5 on the end of the round, almost into the 20 bomb in competitive play in the postseason stage. If you're ever, that's what we love to see. These standout players that shine under the pressure, that get turned in to diamonds. And Mr. Tabs certainly the MVP of the team there for map number 1, doing a fantastic job in running away with things and helping carry their team to a victory. Curious to see where we're headed for map 2. I think it is going to be Factory. Maybe that'll be a bit of an equalizer for these teams. Maybe it won't. We'll have to see what that map sort of enables for the likes of Blaze or Underdogs. But I do think we may be going to a bit of a break. Before we do, Jonesy, your thoughts on our first map of the day?
I mean, Ship is a hard map because it's one of the newer ones. Even though we haven't had a new map since, it's still a struggle for everyone to play. And Underdogs have been practicing. I've always heard that they've been practicing their Ship and that became evident, but maybe they weren't expecting such a big hit afterwards.
Yeah, a little overconfidence can sometimes bite you in the rear end, and maybe underdogs were starting to feel like they had control of the map, and Blaze really bounced back strong. Before we go to a quick break and get ready for map number 2, I do want to shout out everyone tuning in. We really do appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. There's a lot of folks enjoying this EU postseason, and I want to remind you all that there's more of this next weekend. Tune in the 20th and 21st for the semifinals and finals. The winner here going to be going on to the semis and playing the winner of the next matchup that we'll be tuning into after this. Another best of 3 that we'll be able to catch. So a lot of breachers yet to come. Also a reminder that NA starts at 1:30 p.m. PST. It's a couple hours from now, later in the afternoon, and that's another 2 best of 3s. So lots of games coming up. On top of that, there's a $10,000 cash and hardware prize pool that these teams are competing for at the end of the day, something that we've been hyping up all season, but I want to talk now because we didn't really talk about it in the pre-show. We haven't really talked about it leading up to this point. There's pressure on the line, like Fallen has said, to win first, second, and third because there is cash and hardware on the line at first, second, and third place, and that comes from our sponsors. Those sponsors include Triangle Factory, who, as you can see, has enabled us to put in-game gun skins where you can buy right now. One of them's 150 credits. The other one you could only earn by being a top 8 team. So these teams will be showing that off in the coming weeks when they get it. Hopefully we'll see them using it over next weekend for the finals, but no guarantees. I don't know what the cadence is. They also have provided cash into that prize pool, so we really do appreciate that support there. Protube VR, a fantastic stock company. I have my Protube here. It's a mag tube with cups that attach to your controller and snap magnetically onto the stock, helps stabilize your aim in-game. Highly recommend you pick one up, and you can get a discount now by using code ILOVEVRML at checkout. Again, easy buy. Highly recommend you get one if you want to help stabilize your aim in any of your favorite VR shooters. We're also sponsored by HyperX. You're hearing my voice on the Procast. I'm hearing your voices on my headset, the Cloud 2s, and we really do appreciate their support. Unfortunately, they cannot provide pricing and hardware for the EU side. We do apologize for that inconvenience, but it is the reality of the sponsorship and shipping, and so they do still support us, though, with our production team and for NA. We're also sponsored by Helga, the esports bot manager, a bot that helps you organize and manage your schedule. It's a bot made by VRML players for VRML players, and they're providing lifetime subscriptions to the captains of first and second place out of each region. So a big shout out to them for supporting our prize pool. And last but not least, VRCOVER. Had to blaze through those because we are finally ready to get into the next map. I stalled long enough, Jonesy and Fallen, and we are hopping in to now map number 2 on Factory. And we are just about ready to dive into round number 1 here, map number 2, Blaze EU versus Underdogs. Blaze on the attack, Underdogs on the defense, and the clock has ticked down for round number 1 to begin. Back into the action we go, Jonesy, and a bottom floor site is where we're headed.
Yeah, the storage push immediately coming through. It's when you always see that drone already kind of dipping around sight. Static field in the corner, some wall bangs coming through from Mikey as Beaver is kind of pressed close, trying to keep an eye for where ... is sat.
Side is wide open. Marks, nope, not Mikey, trying to battle back the push in from Mr. Tabs. Marks will be able to drop back, but a nice nade top one on the backside only gets a partial health bit on the nope, not Mikey. That bit of cyclone damage, though, will definitely do significant damage to Mikey's health bar. They're down to 6 HP. ... finds the headshots onto Beaver Bells, and that's a sub, I believe, that's come in for Blaze on map 2.
Yeah, Beaver is... It looks like they're doing map-specific rosters, so they're going to try and switch people out to play who they think is best. We do have Mikey just kind of jiggling, watching the door, and ... The flank from Scottish Ripper with the Taurus, we've already seen it before, as he's now going to rotate round for the 5v3.
Really nice job. So low on health bars for a lot of this Underdogs team. Just a couple of bullets away from 3 of them going down as Blaze is full HP. They've got 2 health syringes on hand. They've invested big into this pistol round.
I mean, yeah, one of their teammates sadly not been able to buy, probably looking at Beaver, but Marks taking down another. Maybe it's just a defense which is good as Zyder comes in sight. Flash going out, not Flash gets one, gets a sick.
Beautiful pickup there from Zyda. Tab's gonna plant. Suddenly, Blaze retake and take control. Take route number 1 on map 2. How did that happen, Fallen? Zyda absolutely clutches that up on that flash double kill.
Well, yeah, there we go. The flashes, as we talked about, came in there. Scottish couldn't obviously see because of the flash, and that caused Zyda to go around and make sure he could get him. Them 2 eliminations came in, and Blaze just immediately ran in, took that opportunity to get the site after getting them 2 kills off, and it just caused a total domination over the site, and they couldn't do much about it.
Absolutely huge play there from Zyda. We had it on the replay, the flash, the double. Really clutch stuff. That's what we tune into, Jonesy, for the postseason, to see beautiful plays like that. And it makes me wonder why NA haven't leaned on flashes more, because truly, I do not feel like we see a lot of flashbangs going off on the NA side of things.
I mean, everyone plays the game a little bit differently, and in pubs in the EU region, we see a lot of flashes, but when I've gone on NA pubs, I don't see them. And I was playing in an NA scrim last night, midnight for me. I saw no flashes all game.
That's what I'm saying. It's a predominant factor here in this matchup this afternoon, as we already are pushing into sight. A very quick play from Blaze as Rise rolls a beautiful nade to the backside of ... Catches the kill. It's the perfect toss that you want when you do enter in here. Perfectly executed. Quickly reinforced by Nope Not Mikey, but it's a kill nonetheless, and Underdogs are down. The Underdogs again against 2 rifles coming in and 5v4.
Yeah, we do have Mikey in the corner, kind of noticed, and Stick takes him down with the Cyclone. Tabs getting a little bit injured, so he does retreat. Still a 5v3. Casper pressing up with that Spectral. Zyda takes down Marks from the flank. We have the header peak coming out from Stick, and there goes down Casper, and Beaver picked down one on the flank, and we see the whole of Blaze alive there. That was such a quick round, just like round number 1 fallen.
Here we go again. Blaze just building on the pressure, getting in quick, taking over, not letting Underdogs have any time to breathe. The rifles, as said, rifles always overpower pistols, and that came in really handy as well. The grenade at the start, it's just a perfect formula. I don't know, how you change it to be better. It's just perfect.
Yeah, it really is. It's a beautiful entry from them, and ultimately the round 2 into their pocket. They've got a nice 2-0 lead. They continue this trend of not dying through to the next map, which I think is really important, Fall, and it really shows that they're riding this momentum, map to map, win to win.
Yeah, they're just going to keep piling on these rounds, and ultimately it's going to be the fall of Underdogs for this map. But let's see if Underdogs can bring it back. Back themselves up, see what happens. You never know.
We get the full buy here coming up into round number 3. So if there's ever an opportunity for the Underdogs to get things back into control, it's when they have rifles in hand, and so maybe they will be able to regain a little bit of some posture here on defense. Factory, Jonesy, I feel like typically is kind of like a 50-50 map. Maybe lends itself a little bit more to the defense, but I think we had 3-3 in the first half of several NA rounds on Factory.
I mean, Factory is always very close. You always kind of see a 3-3, but it's the fact of each team plays each map differently. If one team plays really well on attack, one might play really well on defense. One might be good at both, and one might just not be good at either on a certain map. So we are seeing both teams kind of fight it out. Where was that grenade? Did that grenade come through Hatch?
No, Rise botched the toss down through Hatch and almost did damage to themselves. They were definitely upset with it.
Taking down the flank from War Room, getting a second Vez in there for the team. That means Mark could now have his own Vezin instead of that RCP, which he is carrying. Grenade on site, hits Mikey. Ooh, Mikey trying to go for the peak, and Beaver just sat behind that plant pot, gets one. Now a 4 versus 4. EMP is going down below that hatch.
Planted and the retake on for Underdog as everyone drops down, holds the EMP. Stickosaurus into a brawl here against Casper through the server room. The rest of Underdog is kind of assessing how they're going to take control of this. It seems to me they're going to go up to this top floor, or at least send 1 or 2 to the top floor, try and eliminate anyone watching through the hatch, and then retake control of a site. It's like you almost have to play offense on defense, as Marks does catch Stickosaurus out. Marks with a big pick. They've got top floor control. They have hatch control. ... finds another kill. Rise and Zadia are all they have left as Zyda is up top, catches the kill onto that top roamer. Where is Rise? Pretty far away. They'll fly out though and pick up a double, make it a triple. No, Scottish Ripper still survives with 1 HP. Zyda's going to come down. Scottish has to defuse. The clock is ticking. Zyda's just going to stay tucked in, allow the clock to do the damage. Scottish Ripper not going to be able to defuse, and Blaze will put another one on the board.
Rise there at the end, Fallen.
Yeah,
going a bit ham.
Traditional hatch play. He got the 3 kills, was it? 3? Yeah, 3 kills. Got the 3 kills to stop, Underdogs from being able to get the plant off. Traditional hatch play. Cover the window, cover the hatch, plant the EMP on that box. There's not much the defending side can really do to stop you. Great play from them.
Ooh, and I sparked the debate, Jonesy, in chat.
Yeah.
over flashing and gun damage and gun skill and all of that. And yeah, it's hey, that's the beauty of multiple regions and players kind of evolving strategies over time. It's interesting to see that there are different styles across regions at the end of the day, and some players prefer to use certain pieces of utility over others. We see great nades to the point coming in on the NA side. They're very skilled at throwing the nades, but flashbangs just aren't something that they tend to prefer to utilize. So I don't know, maybe that'll change as we get more coverage on EU. People see the effectiveness of flashbangs in certain scenarios. That may start to become a trend across multiple regions. So we'll have to see if EU can popularize flashbangs a little bit more. But for now, at least, we're enjoying the action. Blaze carrying things up 3-0, and we go into round number 4. And Blaze trying to continue to pile on. This is technically 10 unanswered points since they've started winning on ship.
Yeah, I mean, Zyda here trying to get a peek off. That flash going through doesn't hit anyone. Mikey, unluckily not getting any shots, but ... blazes Zyda. A grenade nearly taking him down. He's going to have to back out and get a heal, but there's nothing really there for him to get.
That's
right, ready with a
real thorn in their side. They cannot get through this doorway effectively. The static emitter's tucked into that tight corner. Very hard to get rid of when you're under pressure. Tabs will find. Nope, not Mikey. Blaze have a 5v3 advantage. Are they really going to come through another round unscathed? Rise scoops up Marks on the flank. Casper goes down to Mr. Tabs, and Rise will find the last kill. Scottish Ripper, 4-0, 5 alive. A perfect round again from Blaze EU. Fallen. They are definitely looking good here, going up 4-0 on the attack on Factory. To your point, Underdogs have definitely lost the pacing that they had in the early rounds of ship.
I mean, I'm just seeing perfect play. They're not losing nobody. They're not making silly decisions, and ultimately just taking out the players that they can find to take out. They're not pushing in too far. They're not trying to take out players that are enclosed in areas. They're just going for the easy ones. Them grenades came flying through both sides, and it just ultimately decided Underdog's fate that they couldn't hold, and then Scottish was left alone upstairs.
Yeah, it's a combination of Blaze, like you said, executing very well, and Underdogs not having the economy in a lot of cases, and maybe now with rifles in hand and a bit of utility, Jonesy, they'll be able to fight back going in to round number 5. But look in comparison, all the utility that Blaze have, you saw Beaver is just throwing out all these nades and smokes and extra bits of utility for them to utilize on their entry.
I mean, if you've got it, why not use it? I mean, nothing's really holding them back. I'm choking on my own saliva here. 1 second.
Oh, that's gross. Anyway, Blaze pushing down here and getting ready to break in the windmill tactic to open up the hatch. The static emitter gone, and it's all up to Nope Not Mikey on site, who gets shot through the wall by Mr. Tabs. Casper is here and defending the back flank, but doesn't find anyone for now, and instead looking for action through the wall themselves as the EMP does go down. Look at how stacked up they are and ready to go. Scottish Ripper catches one, the other drops down. Smarks caught a kill as well, and Underdogs suddenly have 3 alive. Maybe they can get 2 points on the board. Maybe their attacking set can go the way that it went for Blaze, but maybe Zyda can clutch the 1v2.
Oh, he gets one. He's now just waiting for that EMP. ... Oh! Zyda with the clutch after that triple from Scottish. That was way too quick with Scottish going up those stairs.
Wow, a massive clutch locked in there by Zyda. What's the scoreboard and say here about their performance so far? 9-0 on the 5 rounds we played, Fallen.
I mean, Scottish let the bullets fly, got them 3 kills, but, you know, Zyda didn't allow it to happen. He wanted the spotlight, he got them 3 kills. Was it 3? Yep, 3 to clutch up and get them the round once again. It's getting closer, but, you know, all still to Blaze. So, don't know, maybe we're getting a switch up.
Maybe we're getting a switch up. Blaze could perfect side their offensive set here. If they get one more round in the board, they'll go 6-0. We'll reset economies, swap sides, and Blaze will defend for potentially only one more round. We'll then move on to more matchups this afternoon with another EU battle that'll be unfolding here pretty quickly after this Blaze EU Underdogs matchup. 10 to 15 minutes afterwards, we'll dive in to more action on the EU side. And once EU's finished at 1:30 p.m. PST, NA starts. So a lot of streams, a lot of action left ahead of us this afternoon as Underdogs try and get aggressive on defense, try and shake something up, try and look for a little pick out the window. Don't find much, though. And everyone alive for Blaze pushing into B side.
Yeah, Tabs there just that trip mine, and he's now going sitting back in this corner. Mikey kind of tucked between the wall and the door here. Grenade is armed, goes round to the back of Marks. Marks gets hit, manages to duck back behind. Another grenade coming down. Mikey's getting hit. 2 team members already low on site, and it's just a matter of will Blaze get in, and there's 2 from Beaver. 3! And Tabs takes down a 4th.
A massive entry in, shutting down the entire defense. Where is the rest of Underdogs? It's just Scottish Ripper alone in a 1v5. This is going to be the 6-0 unless Ripper can pull off a massive clutch comeback. They caught a triple kill earlier, so who's to say it's impossible? We've seen big clutches in the postseason so far, but this would be the biggest of the postseason.
There's one. Oh, sadly not getting the second, though.
Shut down in the attempt to swing things back. Blaze have really woken up. They've warmed up. It's taken them a little bit at the start of ship as they were down 4-0, but since then, Fallen, it has been 7 + 6 is 13 unanswered points connected by Blaze EU, and they're 1 away from taking this series and advancing to the semis.
I mean, Blaze, they've just took the game back. They've just, you know, they've got together, recouped, and they've just, you know, took the game back on their map. I reckon ship is just not their map, so they struggled there. But now they've got a map that they're fully aware with. They've decided, you know, we can do this. And now they've gone up 6-0 with absolutely flawless games for now 11 rounds in a row, if I'm correct.
Yeah, no, 13. Yeah, 13. 7 + 6.
Well,
yeah,
well, there you go. Underdogs have just buckled under the pressure. And
it's hard to execute against the number 2 seed. Again, you know, we were looking at it earlier. If anything, they were exceeding expectations on ship in the early rounds. And so, you know, hats off to them for playing as well as they have. They've been finding some kills, although these last few rounds really have been going the Blaze way. Maybe a pistol reset is what they need, though. And as we do swap sides and reset to that pistol round, this could be a chance for Underdogs to start to put together a comeback. They'll need 6 rounds in a row to tie this map and push us to a map 3 decider. So it's a long way to go if they do want the comeback to get started.
Yeah, I mean, even if we do get a 6-6 here, that last map has to be quite a win for Underdogs. Probably they want to get a 7-4 win. If they get a 7-5 win on the third map, if this goes 6-6, then we will have to play a 4th map, because all 3 maps would come out as a 1 win, 1 loss, 1 tie to each team, and the points even.
Yeah, the math. The practicality of it, though, well, we'll have to see. Blaze has still been playing good. They're tucked into their sight on A, ready for this push from Underdogs. Underdogs really just trying to take things slow, go to their pace instead of how quick Blaze had set it on the attack. Blaze really was moving fast through those first 6 rounds, and so I think Underdog just want things to slow down a little bit. And when you're the attacking team, you set that pace outside of the timer, also pushing you forward with 1:40 left. They got plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, we did see on ship, they were the ones getting the kills on attack, and we're seeing that flanker go down as Mikey getting the foam on the wall. We do have Stick sat behind the counter as Beaver takes down Mikey, and Zyda takes down Marks, who was on gravel. A few pre-fires coming through, but Beaver now super low on that bottom floor in a 3 versus 4.
Zyda and Rise in key positions to hold down this entry point into A site, which definitely seems to be the play from the trio of Underdog. They've got the walls open that they need, the hatch open that they need. Maybe they're swinging back over towards B, though, because we do see that rotation on the top floor, or towards A, excuse me.
I mean, we do have Rise hearing that go down, and we have Museum here bordering this this B site. Stick is on the table, he has done a rotate and he's watching towards the office, shots everywhere, and Scottish goes down, Casper getting injured, a grenade landing out, and Rise takes down 1, now a 1 versus 4. Casper needs to clutch, gets 1, gets 2, and sadly doesn't get the 3rd.
That'll be Blaze EU taking the map win, taking the series win, and advancing on to the semifinals this afternoon off of a very clean map number 2 on Factory. Fallen, your thoughts on the overall series this afternoon and what we tuned into here. We've got another game that'll be coming up in a couple of minutes from now, but before we take that break, I want to get your thoughts.
I mean, Blaze at the start started a bit rocky, but they managed to bring it back in the later rounds of ship, and now in Factory going 7-0. It's a very good performance from them. Zadia going 10-0. That is not something you see every day. It's very hard to play a game without a death. It really is. And so big congratulations to him, and well done to Blaze in general.
Yeah, it is. Well, again, our Underdogs getting eliminated, and the Blaze EU squad advancing on into the postseason. A big shout out to them, and congratulations on locking in the semifinals advancement. They'll get a chance to compete for first, second place, the finals battle next weekend. 20th and 21st is when all that shakes out, so do be sure to tune in and catch this team again. We're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, it is going to be, oops, wrong bracket. Cheeky Breachy versus French Resistance. A pretty interesting matchup that I think we were kind of torn on the desk on how this was going to shake out. So do not miss the action. Tune in, stick around. More VRML NA EU single elimination coming up in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Breachers VRML, everybody. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today I have French Resistance with me. How are you all doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. So just a couple questions here for you. After 13 weeks of regular, of matches in the season, you finished 7th in the EU. So how are you feeling now? How do you feel after the season? Do you think you've done well?
It may seem surprising, but somehow I'm a little disappointed. I would have enjoyed participating, but I'm even more eager to participate in the playoffs. What excites me about the competition is this adrenaline rush, the stakes, so we risk being served.
Very disappointed because I wished to be top 5, but at least top 7 is good to go to the final. So, and in the last match we could go to the top 5, but we did a draw because we lost a very important round, 3v1. So we could have been top 5, but at least top 7 is good to go to the final. So we can't be mad, just be happy. So it's okay.
And of course, did you expect to be a team in the top 7 when you first began this season?
I would say yes, because the whole team agree on this. We gave ourselves the ability to do it, and we must admit that we are still a bit disappointed to qualify under Razor's age, given the work we accomplished. But the matchmaking didn't forgive us in the end, but we went for anyway, and here we are.
Well, we could also say that we didn't start VR now, so some of us are from Onward already, so we already played VRML, like Nocta and me. Others are from Contractors, so we all of us know each other on Breachers, so we already know how to play. We have good players, we know that, so the most difficult thing is play as a team in this new game. So we have the abilities, but we need to play with each other, and that's the hardest thing. But yes, when we started, we think that we could be top 7, and we did it. So we're happy.
What was the hardest part of the season? The biggest challenge that you've had?
So the hardest part was the merge with the Nyx player that joined the FU at first. Then the FU were separated into different teams. There was some agreement and disagreements, but there's so many things that could have ended very badly, that could have, break the team and all. But we hold on, and we did succeed in the end to both teams playing the VRML in their different level.
Because of this match on the separation, we start not very early in the season. We don't have that much match in this season. In the end, we just fought with the best team of the matchmaking. That hurt us. That's why we are 7th.
What are your plans for the finals that are coming up?
As usual, we will just give everything and not give any gift. We experienced some defeats, but none seemed insurmountable.
Well, we planned on taking just a little break for holiday and Christmas and all of this. But after we will do much scrim again to just train before the finals, to be sure to be well experienced and not just play only the final without a training before.
Cool, awesome. Is there a team that you're worried about heading into the finals? Is there an extra challenging team that you're worried about going up against?
I would say the top 1 team. I don't remember their name.
Velocity.
Velocity, I think. Yeah, I think this is the team we are the most not scared. Like we just. Okay.
Now, one final question, and if you don't want to answer this, you don't have to. If you did win the money, which is $9,000 in cash and hardware, what would you spend it on?
Well, the whole team discussed about this, I think, and the priority will go to purchasing some equipment and questry for the most disadvantaged members of our team, starting with the students and people who are not working, so they could have a better things to play better as well. We can say that.
Yeah.
But some of the player of our team already have the headset, the new one. So it will be for the users who don't have it yet.
All right. All right. Well, this has been a very fun experience, and big thanks to French Resistance for joining me for this interview today. Of course, we wish you all good luck in the postseason and the finals that are coming up. That is going to do it for the VRML today. I'm Gibular Bob. This has been French Resistance, and we will see you all next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, fast forward, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
welcome back everybody to the Breachers VRML Season 1 EU Top 8 Single Elimination. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm still joined on the desk with Jonesy and Fallen. Fallen, I'll start with you. We've got Cheeky Breachy and French Resistance coming up. The players jumping into lobby right now. What are your expectations for this matchup today?
As I said earlier, I'm expecting French Resistance weird and wacky playstyle to come through. You know, their playstyle's, weird, but it works. And then we've got Cheeky Breachy, who's got more of the traditional style, but they have the players to back it up. So hopefully, it's a good match. We'll see what happens.
Excellent, excellent. We'll see what happens indeed. Jonesy, we're just a few minutes away from diving into that action. What are your thoughts on these two teams before we jump into round one?
Both teams have the same amount of wins. There's 3 more games played by Cheeky Breachy, and coincidentally 3 more losses, but they still have more points won, but a lower win percentage. It's both teams that they've gone against. They've played quite well. Similar scores between the two teams as well. I'm reckoning just off these scores alone, it may be a close one.
Yeah, we do have that match history on display here. Their last encounter, French Resistance won 20-11. So a pretty solid performance from French Resistance the last time they went up against Cheeky Breachy. But hey, there's been multiple weeks of multiple weeks of this postseason where these teams have had off, where they have been patiently waiting to get into these weekend matchups, and they've been practicing and preparing. And so, much like we saw with Underdogs coming in very prepared on ship, we could see something similar out of the Cheeky Breachy squad, but we are just waiting again for that lobby to populate. I think it's the French Resistance. We need a few more players from, and I am getting information that they banned Ship, so we won't be seeing Ship in this matchup this afternoon.
I mean, that is a big decision. I mean, Ship is one of those maps where if you play it and you know it, you're going to do better. And seeing that banned, we see the same starter map pool that we started the preseason with, which both of these teams did play in. It's a different team now. It was French on you. They split, and then they made French FOU again, and now we have French Resistance, which is almost like a sister French team.
Yeah, we wanted to do an interview with the Cheeky Breachy guys, but I don't think we could get the translation down. Thankfully, the French Resistance had some guys that were able to communicate with Bob there. And if you saw that interview just at the start of the before we jumped into the broadcast, really great that this team, that French Resistance team sat down with us and chatted with us for a little bit. So we're definitely looking forward to, again, seeing these two teams dueling it out. And ultimately, I really had a great time getting a little bit of insight, a little bit more perspective onto these players, because it's not something that we normally do in the regular season. Maybe we should change that, but we normally don't have all these interviews. We don't get these kind of personal insights into teams. Maybe we could do that more regularly for the regular season. We'll ask you folks in the feedback form that we send at the end of the season, and maybe we can include that in one of the questions. What do you want to see content-wise? Would you want to see more interviews? Because we always are taking feedback from the community. We always want to process what the community wants and then act on that. And so, at the end of the day, we are a community-run, community-focused organization. And you may have seen recently a lot of that moderation work to squash toxicity in the space, and we really do appreciate the hard work that the mods do put into the VRML to maintain a fun environment for everyone to play in. A big shout out to you, Jonesy, as a mod, and to everyone that works on the mod team. It's not easy. It's not an easy task, and sometimes it goes a little underappreciated. So we really do appreciate you and the mod squad for doing what they do. I stalled long enough to get us into the action, though. We are ready to dive into it. Map number 1 kicking off on Hideout. We are diving into round number 1. French Resistance on the attack. Cheeky Breachy on the defense. Round number 1 on the bottom floor again, Fallen. It seems like we keep going down here for these early pistol rounds. What are your thoughts on how this one's going to open up?
I mean, as a person who's played against French Resistance before, I'm expecting them to literally just run straight in. No care, just run in and take out as many people as possible. When I was playing for SR in the scrim, they just ran straight through the door. No, no hesitation, just ran in. No worries, and took us all out. So hopefully that's what we see, because that's entertaining.
Yeah, we love to see the quick plays, the fast pace. It is also, though, postseason. Prizing on the line here. And, I got to reset the scores because we're into a fresh best of 3. The first map in this best of 3 for maybe those that were worried about the score. It is 0-0 here with Cheeky Breachy and French Resistance. You've just tuned in at the right time to catch all of the action in the last map of this weekend. The last single elimination round that we have left before we go into semifinals next weekend. It is a lot of hype as we get to that prize pool. Those prize pool rounds, we'll be talking more about that prize pool when we get to those rounds. But for now, at least, these teams are fighting for their season. They do not want it to end as B-Site gets opened up and they're getting ready to jump down on the French Resistance side.
I mean, we see a Jesper on both sides here, which is the basic pistol, and Jado down in storage, taking down the bot. Sadly, we've had a disconnect there. Taniko now getting back in. Flashbang going through. We have the drop from Scud, but Oda takes down Lolo on the door, and Jado takes down Scud. Freezer taking down another drop. Now a 5 versus 1.
Massive clutch play there from Freezer as they lock in a double there, and the unfortunate disconnect, like you said, we got to play through those online difficulties, and so, we continue on as Florentines alone in that 1v5. The offensive set for French Resistance not going the way that we anticipated, and to your point earlier, well, let's wait and see how this goes. They drop down into sight, and down they'll go. A very different strategy maybe, Fallen, than they're normally deploying. Maybe it's that pressure of the postseason, of this championship round, of the stream, of the broadcast that's getting to them a little bit, but they did not run in. They took their time on advancing in through that objective, and it really seemed like they were maybe a little extra cautious, maybe overly cautious.
I mean, it's just a new team. I can barely recognize them. I'm used to them, honestly, just getting in that site, and it just seems like they're not, they're playing it a bit more careful. They've realized that maybe that ain't the best strategy, since I played against them. And yeah, it just seems like
you're going up against, a little bit of a very high-seeded team. Maybe they're just trying to kind of poke and prod a little bit, kind of feel out their opponent for now. But did they even get a kill? Let's look at the
No, they did not.
Scoreboard. Yeah, they didn't get a single kill on the board, so that hurts them almost more than anything because they don't get any cash in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, Black Cat here does have an Omen with 1 rifle, while we just see Spectrals, a Cyclone, and another Jesper from Florentin. We have here the drop through Skylight, Nico, Scud, Lolo, Florentin there. Here we have them already in to this top 4, waiting now to maybe go down the floor. Black Cat gets seen by the drone. And Taniko gets a couple shots off. That drone is just chasing Black Cat, runs into 2 and takes down 1. That Omen being picked up.
Beautiful play there from the French Resistance team, hunting down that player on the top floor. And yeah, the investment definitely going wrong for them into the hands of French Resistance. It's just an SMG, but still an SMG amongst pistols is pretty dang powerful. So they should be able to utilize that to some effectiveness. They still have the rifle to compete against with Jado. As the drop from Florentin comes in, they're looking for the EMP plant, and shut down by Rez on the tight corner. A swing onto the backside almost catches double kills as both OO and Rez almost get chipped down there, but instead it's RFI with 3 left alive, the EMP on the wall, and no one around to finish planting it.
Yeah, I mean, Taniko is sat here just watching, does have that Omen from Black Cat. We do have Rez being stimmed. Now, for the fray, full health for Cheeky Breachy. Oda just sat in the projector room, knows there's one outside with his Cyclone in hand. Drop coming in on site. Lolo.
Trying to stick it. Gets 2 ticks. suddenly down here, though. The Omen's popping off. They catch a couple of kills, but can't get the rifle down on Jado. Noctilus alone in the 1v2 could make some magic happen. The EMP needs one more tick. They could potentially push in and get that EMP planted. That's cash into the pocket of French Resistance, but the real benefit would be to get one of these players down on defense, because now the Omen's been put back into Cheeky Breachy's hand. Their investment into the round could be saved entirely with both of these two players advancing on. The pistol not going to persevere against a Vezin in that range, and Jado will find the kill. Cheeky Breachy up 2-0. Is this the start you expected, Paula, when we're jumping into this? I mean, frankly, maybe I don't know what these teams have to warm up a little bit. Who knows? But French Resistance are down 2-0 out the gate here.
I mean, it's not what I expected at all. To be fair, I thought, French Resistance would resist a bit more. But, but it seems like their play style that I know and love is back, as you saw from the hatch drops, no cares given, just jumped in and went for it, And I was planning to diss out the Omen, but props to it. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, sometimes those SMGs exceed your expectations, and it's why players often buy into them. The RCMP, the Omen, even the Viper sometimes can do some good damage in the right hands. It really does go to show the skill level that the difference in skill level that there can be in this game. Because if you look at any tier below, I would say the top 8. An SMG just isn't necessarily as effective as ecoing and getting your rifle in the hand. So it's fun to see. Love to see these the Cadillo coming into huge rounds yesterday, and so we've seen some big plays out of the lesser picked weapons this so far in this postseason. And again, it's the unknown, right, Jonesy? How the thing is going to shake up, we really just do not know.
Yeah, you never know when getting into one of these best of 3 matches, because one round of a map you could easily see a 7-0, but then, not 7-0, I mean, you see an ace by one person, but the next 7 rounds of that game they could just get no kills. You do have that proximity going off. Those trip mines right next to Lolo just have to be careful, and they go down by Sneeko. That incendiary is in the way, and the static stacked on. Is that fades away. Lolo inside res, getting a couple shots off. That grenade goes out. Grenade the other way as well, and Lolo gets the EMP but goes down. Bodies flying everywhere.
Jado getting a team kill, killing themselves out with that frag. More utility coming out of smoke, this time to deny vision. As Black Cat on the bottom floor splings their trap. They catch one. Going down the stairs, their position given away now, and the EMP has been planted. So it's up to French Resistance to hold this thing down and defend the defuse, which is being stuck right now by VREzer. They are getting 2 ticks on it. Can they get the third? The shots start to ring in, and they do find the 3rd EMP tick, and also all of the kills. Florentine and the rest of French Resistance go down, so their investment into the round completely removed, and they will not have a whole lot of cash. I say they will because of the multiple loss bonus, so enough to at least buy a couple of rifles, but still, the economy looking good for Cheeky Breachy. They are playing this strong. They are in control of map 1.
I mean, watching that, the guy in the window, he took a bit too long to get out and get them kills off to stop the EMP. And during that mid of the round, it was raining men. Bodies flying everywhere in that A side. Literally, bombs coming in, grenades coming in, bang, bang, bang. And I don't know, I really do not know what happened. The EMP was down all of a sudden, yeah.
It doesn't seem like French Resistance know what's happening either, because they are just having a hard time getting their footing in this series this afternoon. Ranked number 4 versus ranked 7 technically overall in that seeding, so it's I suppose not surprising to see if we are basing our assumptions off of seeding, but still, it is French Resistance here having a hard time against Cheeky Breachy.
They are going for a bit of an unusual push here. We do have this basement site once again, but all 5 of them up on Skylight, 4 dropped, and they are on this top floor. Maybe a misjudge of the site, because they are 2 floors high currently, but we do have the pings coming through, and Black Cat may be hearing them, just waiting for a push to come through.
Patience is the name of the game and something like this, and we will get to see if that patience pays off as we dive back into this fourth round. The setup here on, like you said, seemingly A site, but there's so many floors up. They got to go all the way down here. Maybe they're just being extra careful, to your point, Jonesy, and just making sure nobody's roaming. They almost catch Black Cat VR out in their attempts of clearing out this space, and so if anything, they are getting maybe an extra kill on the board. Black Cat's going to drop back and not end up rotating into any lines of sight just yet, but they could be getting trapped into this garage if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, the pinch here kind of coming out. Noctalis is on those main stairs, and we do have the 2 people in kitchen. He's quite low. He can't do much. The only thing he could possibly do to get out is maybe hop out this garage door and go downstairs, but that is still a risk, as he does not know if there is someone outside. That COD timing coming in. Black Cat peeks, the flash going out, doesn't hit anyone. Black Cat gets one. Doesn't manage to get a second, and now Noctalis picks up another rifle.
Evening the odds here quite nicely to a 4v4 rifle situation, and they'll drop back down into the objective. Exactly maybe what they were hoping to accomplish, minus losing one, of course. As OO and Vreezer are here defending this stairwell entry. Another nade comes in. That doesn't go as high up the stairwell as they wanted it to, but they are certainly pushing back this push down the stairs. They are going to be vulnerable to a pinch soon, though, as Noctilus and Lolo are rotating in through the alley, through that hallway. Oh, finds one. Noctilus scoops up the refrag. Vreezer, Jado, everyone here battling out through the hallway, and it'll go the way of Cheeky Breachy. Florentine alone and now in the 1v3 has to clutch things up, and we've seen some big clutches so far in this postseason stage, but it's the question of where will French Resistance be able to get some momentum back here, start to get things going for them. Can French Resistance start that? Because this round would be massive. If they clutch this 1v3, they really are back into this series.
Yeah, I mean, now is the point. There's 14 seconds, 3 people. But it looks like Florentin, maybe saving, did come down to Wine Cellar just to see if they could get a free pick. But with 5 seconds on the clock, looks like we may see a 4th round going into the hands of Cheeky Breachy.
Yep, they'll lock it in off of the timer and almost push into French Resistance there. Florentine nearly getting picked off at the end of the round. They'll survive and carry their Vezin through, but Fallen, it is 4 quick rounds into the hands of Cheeky Breachy, and frankly, at this point, dare I say, I feel like we are headed towards a 7-0. You know, the pace is just really here for Cheeky Breachy on the defense.
A masterclass, and they're doing so well on that defensive side. I mean, I thought, you know, from here sitting at the spectator seat, I thought I walked into a war zone at one point. You know, bullets flying, people dropping. It's just, I feel like that French Resistance I know is now coming out, and then Cheeky have seen that, and then they're just picking them all off. So French Resistance need to switch up a style, need to find out what works, or this is just going to be another 7-0 disaster.
Got to get back to their confident spot. Got to stop having connection issues as you see another disconnect. Hopefully they can get back in time before the bot decides to make a foolish push on the round. But, yeah, they at least will have a decent kit.
Speaking of...
Clock goes down. Vreezer catches the kill and not able to connect back in time. Really unfortunate there for French Resistance to have that technical issue occur, but again, something you have to kind of just play through. It is the case. Vreezer here, tucked in, catches Lolo through the window. A beautiful pick onto the headshot there through that window.
Yeah, Nico now picking up that fallen rifle in place of that RCP. The wonderful VRML skin still being held by lots of these people today. Freezer's looking like he's going for the peak again, gets the nade down, but doesn't hit anyone. Is he still going to hold the angle? He retreats, but Black Cat is still on this flank once again.
Yeah, you do love to see that skin. You can buy it right now in the store if you want to have it. Beautiful looking skin that reps the VRML and also makes your Vezin look good for a pretty affordable price of 150 credits. You can get that thing on your Vezin right now. Available in the store. The finalist skin you cannot get unless you're a top 8 team. So maybe start to practice. Get ready for Season 2. Maybe then.
Yeah, we're hoping
at the end of Season 2 you can get it. But for now, it is only attainable by being in the top 8 by playing in the VRML.
Yeah, we're hoping to roll out that skin hopefully before the next weekend. So if you want to try and get a peek, that is a good time to pop in. The wonderful skin. It honestly looks wonderful. So thank you to Triangle Factory for helping out on that.
Yeah, big shout out to them. I wonder if French Resistance are going to eco this round, because if they don't, they could be in a really bad spot. Losing these weapons, their utility is, they have no cash. The fifth round in the loss, or sixth round in the loss lose streak would be pretty solid. And they had that bot come in, so the round was kind of squandered. I really don't think it would be a bad idea to just save the three of them here, but that's it's a hard thing to make the call for, and French Resistance is going to try their hand at pushing into A site.
Yeah, we do have that proximity going off, and they're not breaking it. Squid gets hit through the wall. Freezer throwing that smoke out. Squid trying to get a couple more shots off. That prox is just still blaring off with the grenade from O, and Freezer picking up what I think is the third this round for him.
Oof, that's going to sting. They lose 2 rifles in their attempt to push. They didn't have Noctilus there. Well, they did. Noctilus was watching for the flank, which is a pretty common strategy where someone will push in through the doorway that they're holding there and end up hitting the back end of your of your team as they push. So it was a team effort, to say the least, but ultimately does not go the way of French Resistance. Another round they couldn't quite put together, and look at this, the chaos at the end, worried about someone vaulting out after them on the outside. Nothing does come through, though, and 5 clean rounds for Cheeky Breachy. They're 1 round away from 6-0-ing French Resistance and getting very close to locking in map 1.
Well, what is there to say? It's a complete domination, you know. I don't see French Resistance pulling it back. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. We're just sitting here at the casting bench.
No, it's from our perspective, I do agree with you too. You look at the KDs, there's only 5, 6, 7 total kills for French Resistance. In comparison, Vreezer has 8 kills just themselves. They're 8-1, no less. So, you know, the Cheeky Breachy squad definitely doing well here, finding the picks, finding the kills, really excelling in this defensive set. Maybe when we swap sides after 6 rounds, reset economies, that'll be what they need to get back into the swing of things on French Resistance's side. But for now, the economy is in the favor of Cheeky Breachy. French Resistance backs against the wall, Jonesy, and we dive into round 6, the last round of the first half.
You had my maths thrown off there. You said there's been 7 kills, but I counted 8 deaths, so I was wondering where my maths went wrong. Then I remembered Jado's accidental self-nade. And, okay. I mean, if another one of them gets pulled out, maybe French Resistance can benefit off that, as, honestly, having that one-less player is always a big benefit.
Well, they've got 5 now. No bot going to be pushing in for them. Maybe they can make some action happen there to catch out. Black Cat rotating deep into the bottom floor. They will finally find that refrag as Lolo finishes off that health pool on Black Cat, and the aggressive Cheeky Breachy defense gets identified in their aggression and pushed back to the objective. French Resistance now could take over a lobby, push down to A site, and have control of A if they chose, but that's a lot of work left ahead of them, and there is still plenty of defenders left. We can see through the walls. They can't. Florentine catches a headshot. A quick refrag, though, from OO puts them in control. Window opened up. Window shut down. Jado eliminating Lolo, and now nades following up into objective site from the hatch. Noctilus and Scud are all that's left.
Yeah, I mean, Scud here in what you call lobby. Most people, I call it family room because that's just what I've heard it called out, but this big room here, everyone's just kind of pressed around it. Scud is here. We have Noctilus finally moving around, looking like hopping in through that top window. I mean, it's a 3v2. It's an RCP and a Vezin, and that Vezin gets a kill. 2v2, that proximity going off, and that nade, not getting too fast, goes off. We have a drone coming out from Noctilus.
Crazy late drone. Maybe picked up off a dead body or something, but throw nonetheless. Razor getting picked off with a great close quarters headshot from Scud. They're going to push into objective. The audio transmitter giving away that they're here, and OO swings to just find one. A great refrag over the top from Noctilus. Finally gets French Resistance on the board. They get their one attacking point. Is it the foot in the door they need, Fallen? Maybe they can now put up a clean defensive set, and we could see 12 rounds played. I mean, who knows, right? We're into the postseason. Anything's possible.
That round meant a lot, because that means, you know, they can win. There's the chance that they can win. They've stuck their boots down. They got that round. But I still think it's still too close. It was one player? Yeah, one player.
Yeah.
One player left. I still think it's far too close. It's just, I don't know. It's one of those.
They seem to kind of come alive there in that last round. French Resistance picking up some kills, getting on the board, getting their first point. They now go into a reset onto the defense. The pistol round, new economies. Maybe it's what they need, Jonesy, to get themselves back in order here and contest against this cheeky, breachy team, because they do not want to let this first map get run away 7-1.
No, having this map run away as 7-1 gives them that huge point disadvantage that they don't want. I mean, maybe that round is now just like a mountain, and instead of slipping down, they can start climbing that mountain to get the advantage.
Yeah, they've got their ice boots on, picks in hand, ready to scale what is a K2, because it is going to be a lot of rounds that they're going to have to win to lock in that mountain climb and a map win. They push down in on the stairs, looking for their first pick of the new half as Tonico picks up the first one. A quick refrag from Vreezer, though, keeps the team, and Noctilus is rotating on for a flank eventually, but they're a little too slow, and Vreezer pushes back up with the rest of the team back towards B site. Jado and Vreezer dangerously low, though, as Noctilus does start to rotate in. They'll catch Jado. Wall opens up. Vreezer is still here with a slice of health. The headshot connects there, and it's out into a 2v3 as Rez finds a refrag, and they battle over B site on that bottom floor.
Yeah, I mean, Rez now here outside this storage wall. Going back now into storage. Black Cat takes down Noctilus on those stairs. 2 versus 2. A Stim and a Spectral. And a Jesper. For the side of French Resistance versus 2 Spectrals. Rez not managing to get an angle as the 2 French Resistance players are just sat around in Boiler. As now, both members of the HBR are now pressed up on this storage wall.
Yeah, EMP in Rez's hands, so the plant is the reality here, and it does go down. It prompts at least this defense to rotate here. Florentine catches one. Rez has to pick up 2 now. Lolo's still here, and they do connect with 1 headshot, but not 2. A very close effort there, but French Resistance pull off a vital pistol round. They get the win. Tons of kills coming through for Cheeky Breachy, so there's at least some cash into their pocket there. But the most of it going to French Resistance, enough for them to go completely ham on the buy. 3 rifles and an RCP coming in, maybe 4 rifles on the round here. No, just 3 and an RCMP. Are they dropping the RCMP? Yeah, I think they are. Just 3 rifles. Still, though, Fallen, that's a big investment off of that first round win.
Well, yeah, here come the rifles. You know, big turning point. They were climbing Mount Everest, and they still are. But can Cheeky Breachy stop them from getting to the top? We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, looking to be the Yeti on the mountain there as Cheeky Breachy are trying to get 2 points on the board. It's all they need, and they will lock things in for their team. 15 seconds to go before we get back in to it, and very different kits coming in, Jonesy, on the Cheeky Breachy side. Still just pistols, and interesting to see those, a drone getting bought. That's gonna kind of hinder them when it comes into the round 3. It's gonna mean that only one of their players, won't be able to get a rifle if they do lose here.
I mean, if they do lose, hopefully Black Cat gets a couple of kills, and then that loss bonus will carry him to get the Vezin that he needs. We do have the clear here coming into showers. Nothing up there in the drone, and we have all of CHBR just kind of walking around, maybe going for a hatch play on top of A, which is good, is right below, and probably calling that Noctilus with the Vezin, just keeping an eye on that projector room.
Here comes the opening hatch play on to A site, getting ready to drop down in and be a aggressive pistol play here as O catches a little bit of Rez's shoulder on the shots down through A, and a little bit of damage done there on the team side. But still no drop into A, no commitment down into the snake pit of rifles. And ultimately no real push over on B site, so the entirety of French Resistance ready and waiting, it seems, for the A drop. They know that that hatch is likely to be a hatch that players are going to utilize. It's one that I identified in my earlier cast as something that we don't see often utilized, but here we see, I think now for the second or third time today, this hatch getting opened up and Scud catching Vreezer to kick things off for French Resistance.
Yeah, Freezer was sat outside the window. He did only have a Spectral, and he goes down. A couple of pings coming around. A ping on the wall from Rez. O is working down, maybe trying to blow this wall into A site, and then Scud is kind of watching it. That wall being down does leave a path into sight. Both Rez and O have dropped down towards the small stairs. There's one. O trying to get a peek, takes down one, low health now. Shadow also taking a peek, grenade goes out, not getting anyone. O going down.
Big headshot connection takes the health pools down though and makes it a possibility for the pistols to connect. Black Cat's alone against a 1v3 with rifles in hand. It's a tall order. They will get scooped up. And French Resistance, well, they are bouncing things back, aren't they, here, Fall? And it seems that they have definitely regained control. They're back on the defense, back in the saddle. We're going into our first full buy round, though, and so maybe Cheeky Breachies can get that 1-2 points they need to win this map. They're so close, and I saw the 5-1 curse is real in chat, and it seems to be that's maybe what's happening with Cheeky Breachy here.
I mean, the Blaze effect, it's happening. The same thing is happening with, maybe French Resistance can make a big comeback. They've got their Pheasants now. Last round they were, playing a losing battle basically against 7 Pheasants. Pistol versus assault rifle. I don't think that's going to go well. But yeah, hopefully now they've got the ARs in, they're going to get in there, take out the French Resistance and get that point on the board that they need to secure the draw.
Yeah, they do indeed. The 6-6 could be a reality. We could be guaranteeing ourselves 3 maps this afternoon if they do end up going 6-6. So we got to keep our eyes on that as a possibility. We almost went the full distance multiple times yesterday on EU. So it's definitely something that teams will do here in this postseason. And man, these two teams have been fighting. Map 1 of this best-of-3 series, definitely delivering, just like we expected, a good, solid back and forth. I was getting a little concerned with how good Cheeky Breachy were executing on their defensive set, but as we've swapped sides, we're seeing that French Resistance also have a clear understanding of how to hold down these objectives and are making it very hard for Cheeky to effectively push through. Audio transmitters giving away information on the rotation. Noctilus catches the first kill. A nice flash around, though, catches one. Noctilus blind, pops up to scoop up a double and a beautiful refrag that puts them back in control. French Resistance have 4 to the 2 of Cheeky Breachy, and that could be that on this round for the Cheeky Breachy squad.
Yeah, we do see there 3 members going down to Nico, going down for French Resistance. Florentin is still holding that main door. Black Cat is pressed quite up in arcade.
See a bunch of folks, some new folks tuning in, enjoying the action. We always do love to see new players jumping into Breachers from the cast or finding out the cast from Breachers. Either way, welcome in. Hit that subscribe button. We do commentary here regularly over the course of a regular season, but now we're in the postseason, the tournament phase, where we have teams that have competed for 13 weeks of regular season to qualify into this tournament and to be playing here right now on this stage in front of everyone on the EU side. It is super exciting, and we're really happy again to be able to broadcast these games live to everyone at home. Super happy the teams volunteered for interviews, and we have that content to supply you with. And ultimately, it's been a lot of fun prepping for this postseason. And this cast has been so far a great bit of action on the EU side. As Noctilus gets things kicking off again, Vreezer goes down, and it's up to just Black Cat.
I mean, Black Cat now does have to be careful. He only has an Oral, but he may go to save with it, as next round he isn't really able to afford anything. None of his team is. The 5-1 curse, like you said, and like the people in chat are, it's kind of coming true. Black Cat is crouch walking, maybe trying to go for a little bit of a flank, but he's 72 HP, an Oriole, no front grip, and just a dream to go.
A dream indeed. 30 seconds left. Fallen. It looks like we're going to be getting into the eco round. We haven't had a lot of these, but I don't know if I agree with ecoing an oral out of all the things. Is it really necessary to hold on to a subpar rifle? I suppose they really don't have any money in their pockets when you look at their economy, so maybe it makes sense to not push in. And I don't want to say that they are even ecoing here because Black Cat may be looking for some action through this doorway, but the time is going to tick down. The round will end, and they will be holding on to their life and their rifle going into the next round. Oh, they're going to try to grab a Vezin. They get it. They're going to drop the Oral. Huge play. That's a nice little trade.
Yeah. Wow. What a round. French are finding their footing now, bringing it back. Not allowing Cheeky Brucci to take this one away, and they've done really well to keep this going for 4 rounds straight now. Good break.
Yeah, no kidding. They really are bouncing back. It's not easy to do when you're in this super competitive space, Jonesy, when the pressure's on, when you're thinking about prize pool, about seeding, about positioning, about advancing to the semis, and all of that prospect appears in your mind and maybe becomes a reality, more and more as you play round after round. It's hard to fight that pressure sometimes, and French Resistance doing a great job of answering to the call after being down 5-1 on map 1. They certainly are, a round away from tying things up 5-5.
Right now, CHBR will have in their head, we need to win these rounds now, try and get a tie out at the minimum. But that's what French Resistance have been thinking for the past 4 rounds, and look at it now, it's 5-4. And they're just trying to push closer and closer to get that 7-5 win.
Closer and closer indeed as the drone work comes in here from Black Cat. They're going to assess the situation on the upper floors first, making sure there's no roamers lurking, making sure nobody's going to get picked off by any over-aggressive defensive players on the French Resistance, and nobody will be on this upper floor, so it will come down to pushing down onto the site, down onto A, where they've got a couple bits of utility. Door blockers, double trip mine. I'm not seeing any static emitters, but they definitely have a couple of tools to deter advancement through to this A site.
Yeah, they kind of have to. 5 rifles versus 1 rifle, 2 omens, and 2 pistols for CHBR. It's kind of not going the way they need it to, but it is the 10th round. 2 more rounds after this. They're just trying to keep their economy high so they can fall by in those later rounds.
Florentine, Lolo, Noctilus, Tonico, everyone tucked in and waiting. 1:45 left, and the Cheeky Breachy squad are not finding any picks that they were hoping to scoop up here on these upper floors. It is going to come down to advancing into the objective, and they've realized that now as they start to push into the actual building itself and get ready to advance into the site. I got to wonder which site they're planning to push, because I feel like pushing Garage B might be a safer option at this point based on where this defense is set up.
Yeah, here we go. We have Freezer, Jado, and Black all in on this side, while Rez is hopping in through small stair window. O just sat in the big room. We do have that proximity alarm going off. Freezer sees a door blocker. May just go out from French Resistance. Doesn't hit anyone. And Black Cat now has this wall down. Omen in hand.
All of those utility pieces eliminated with a couple of rounds from the Vezin. The trip mines, the door blocker, all are gone. As the smoke comes in, Freezer catches one through the smoke. The plant from Black Cat comes down. They get clipped on the shoulder, but they get the full EMP plant. On the backside, Rez swings in, picks up the double. OO scoops up a third, and Noctilus on French Resistance is alone. It's the round they needed to go up 6-4, but maybe Noctilus can clutch it with the Vezin in hand. There's 1 out of the 5 they'll need.
Rez just ran out of connector, still cloaked, literally 1 shot now, but Noctilus does have to be careful. Want to make sure you have the money for the next round, which doesn't look like French Resistance will run out of money anytime soon with all those rounds won. That EMP is down and ticking, and it's being watched from 1 too many angles.
It is close. Low HP on the line there for Rez, just a slice away from going down to a Vezin. They'll drop off the time will continue to tick down. That EMP is going to detonate. They will not get it, so it is going to be an eco from Nautilus. They're going to hold on to that rifle through to the next round, to your point. And the best they can do at this stage, Fallen, is tie. Maybe they can, as French Resistance are going to carry on through this next round with basically full kits based on their money. They have carried this rifle through, so everyone's going to be fully kitted out with all the utility they need. Where do you see this going? Can Cheeky Breachy step it up and get the final point they need to take the first map?
Well, it seems like Cheeky Breachy has smacked through that wall that they needed to secure the draw, basically, to stop them from losing.
Yeah.
And it was very well done for them to get that, and now they've got plenty of money to spare, with French Resistance, on the other hand, struggling to find money. It's very well done by them. And maybe Cheeky Breachy can take me out for a steak dinner. I'd love that.
Yeah, they've got plenty of cash off of that round win to do it. We'll have to see how that cash stays in their pockets or not, though, as we do get a couple more rounds left. Potentially, they could put two more on the board here on the French Resistance side, tie this up 6-6, or we could be moving on to map number 2 in this best of 3 series. A reminder, this is the last EU match of the day, but we do have North American matches coming up later in the day at 1:30 p.m. PST. We'll have a pre-show go live for the NA Top 8 single elim, and we've got some great matches planned over there on the NA side that you're not going to want to miss later this afternoon, so do be sure to tune back into the YouTube channel for that action. But this is the last game of the EU Top 8 elim this weekend. So next weekend we go to the semifinals and the finals of the season. It's exciting times. I'm really looking forward to it, just like these teams are looking forward to moving into A site.
Yeah, I mean, these guys really just want to get on site, and Freezer is already quite pushed up. No one really watching the door, so he could slip in. He does have that smoke and that grenade. Noctilus is on the back. Grenade goes out, lands right in the corner. Freezer does get hit, and he's stuck in that incendiary. 3 HP. No stims for his team. He can be blown over by a gust of wind.
He does get tossed. I think the only stim they have going into Freezer's hands. They will get healed up, stay at least somewhat viable in the combat here. They'll be 75 HP, or 85 HP, excuse me, and the rest of this team will be ready to push in as the wall opens up on A. Everyone's stacked up here. Nades coming in. Good nade tosses that are forced off the defense from rotating. EMP plant comes in, and Scud gets completely denied coming out of the smoke. Beautiful play from Cheeky Breachy. They're just a couple of kills away from locking in this map as Shadow catches Tonico. And now there's only 3 for French Resistance.
Yeah, that MP down is a wonderful tool. We just have stuff being thrown around. Florentin takes down Freezer. Rez takes down 1. Lolo close to that bomb, and 1 still in connector. Rez takes down another. Florentin back site now. 1 versus 4. Going to be a miracle to pull this to a 6-5. But can they do it?
EMP's planted. They got a retake. They got the health syringe to put them at full health. But the retake's going to be tough. They cannot sit around. They cannot wait. They have to win this round. So they have to push in, get multiple kills. They can't eco this rifle through the next round. And here comes the play. Everyone defending. The clock ticks down. Time is going to be the enemy of French Resistance. So will bullets. But Cheeky Breachy take the first round in this best of 3, locking in map number 1. And, well, they're on their way to advancing on to the semifinals. I mean, not surprising looking at the seeding, rank 4 versus rank 7. They are that higher seeded team in the overall regular season ladder, but Fallen, a beautiful battle nonetheless. 4-7, hard fought on both sides, kills coming in on both sides. Looking at those KDs, you see Freezer at 11-6, OO at 10-7, Noctilus at 11-6. A lot of kills coming through today.
I mean, what happened? They were looking so strong on that defense, and it all broke down. Just out of nowhere, collapsed. I don't really know what to say. There's no really technical thing to it. Maybe it was a moral thing. Maybe they realized we can't win this. You know, it could be anything. It really could. So I really do not know.
Yeah, it's certainly not. Well, again. A good battle, Jonesy, back and forth. Both teams fighting here this afternoon, but Cheeky Breachy end up coming out on top on the back half of map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that 7-4 there will be a wonderful start. It all now depends on what map we get second, and I'm personally hoping for, honestly, Skyscraper to come out, because we don't see a lot of that come out in comp play.
Yeah, it's why we're here for the postseason. It's why we tune into this action-packed back and forth, because it is so dang exciting. And again, all supported by our sponsors contributing into that cash prize pool. Those sponsors include Protube VR, VRCOVER, HyperX, Helga, the esports bot manager, and of course Triangle Factory with those in-game gun skins and contributions to the cash prize pool. We really do appreciate all of our sponsors contributing into the VRML, supporting the VRML, and helping us push VR esports forward. You may have seen in the ad reel, we've got a bunch of new games that VRML has debuting into the league this year. Actually, tomorrow, the Veil preseason starts, so you can start playing in that one tomorrow. We also have, of course, the X8 preseason starting next month. And so there's a lot to look forward to in the shooter genre, a lot of variety. If you do want to just enjoy competitive VR esports, we recommend you jump into all of the leagues if you can. Franchise your teams out across these leagues, as we do see a lot of teams doing, much like with French Resistance across Onward and other leagues. It's always fun to see those kinds of teams continue across to multiple games. So a big shout out to the squads that do that, and ultimately a shout out to the teams that are playing this weekend. It's a lot to do. You're scheduling, having to play at certain times. We really do appreciate teams making the sacrifice and being here to play these games. It does mean a lot to us. But I do think we are going to go to a brief intermission as we get set up for map number 2, whether it's a timeout from Cheeky Beachy or French Resistance, I'm not quite sure. But we are going to be getting into the action in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick breather here, though, and when we come back, map number 2 will be opening up between French Resistance and Cheeky Beachy. Are back. A bit of a shorter break than anticipated, but both teams have readied up. They've gotten their quick beverage break. They've gotten hydrated and are ready to go for map number 2, which we are headed to Skyscraper for. We are ready to dive into map number 2 here of the afternoon. 4-7 going to the way of the Cheeky Breachy squad, as we do got to swap the teams, because Cheeky Breachy will be on the defense and French Resistance on the attack to kick things off on Skyscraper for map 1. Jonesy, we're about to jump into the first pistol round of this, but what do you think of Skyscraper?
I mean, it's not one we normally see in comp play, but when you do, you see a lot of different strategies than like Factory, where you take catches, or like we just saw Hideout, you go for quite a lot of walls. So it's quite a mixed map in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. It's you have the option of roaming being really effective, and we already are seeing Vreezer on that top floor roam, looking to get a pick or a rotation around the backside as the brawl here over the bathroom goes down. Rez catches a kill on a Knockworth with a trip mine. Dado flies out, scoops up one. Scud on the retrack on the backside finds a double, evening things down a little bit into a 3v2, still at a disadvantage on the French Resistance side, but Scud has invested into that health syringe again, and so we're seeing them able to heal themselves up, keep themselves competitive in this back and forth, and ultimately the duo will reconnect in the bathroom here and try and push forward on towards A site.
There's just the two of them left now. They are in bathroom. There is two people in the site, and Freezer still crouch walking. He's not made any sound all round, and he is just ready to come through. He does get shot. 3-5 Nico. Shoots his own shots and Scud going for a bit of a rush. Freezer gets one. And Tiniko, and now a 1 versus 2.
Big, tall order to come back here, and French Resistance really do want to get things rolling on the right foot on offense on Skyscraper. They'd love to get that first round in the books, enable them to pick up rifles, actually start with a little bit of a lead into map number 2, but that is going to be a tall task, going to be a tough task. French Resistance here pushing in. You see a little bit of guesswork on the wall. They get some response back through the wall, and maybe they're surprised by that. Gives them some information that there's players inside here, and they're going to use that information to open the hatch up and try and find those players that they detected with the guesswork through the wall. So it's all data processing and utilizing all of the information you've gathered to the best of your advantage and finding the headshots you need. A quick 1-2 punch, a quick heal. It's an even Steven 100 HP 1v1.
Yeah, he's now coming towards A site. He's going to blow the wall, but I would have just ran through the wall there, ran through the door. There's a couple of pre-fires coming through. Taniko now getting ready to plant that EMP, accidentally shooting the desk. O.O just has a Cyclone and a med. Not much to go. Taniko sees some shots going through. O.O now entering the site. Taniko doesn't know where he's gone.
Yeah. O.O, they do not know, has moved here over into the backside there. They'll spot them and they pop up for the headshots. A massive clutch from Taniko to keep French Resistance in this and get them round number 1. It's well, it's how they started, I suppose, on Hideout. If we do remember them starting out with a solid lead on Hideout Fallen, you know, who knows how this is going to shake up, but they certainly do get a nice opener here on Skyscraper.
What I loved there from Taniko was when he put the phone on the wall, went back round to bathroom, and pre-fired that wall. The Cheeky Breacher side immediately switched their attention onto that wall, so he had plenty of time to go around, hit that other wall, catch him off by surprise, and that's probably what led to the win. You know, just the off-guard wall bang.
So the high level, you know, tactical plays that are happening here, really interesting to see and witness, and it's why we love to watch the top 8 battle it out for that prize pool, because when the pressure's on the line, when they're battling against a team of equal skill level, you get to see great plays like that. So a big shout out to French Resistance for clutching that, Taniko for locking it in. Take a quick look at the scoreboard after that first round and see Taniko has 3 on the board, and in comparison, Rez with 2, Jada with 1. So we'll have to see how the rest of this goes, but it seems that RFI are taking things a little bit slow on their drop down into this next one.
Yeah, I mean, all 5 of them here are just on the roof. I don't understand. It's 20 seconds in, and now they're all just rushing straight upstairs.
Wow, it's a fast, full grapple throw. The reason they're doing that is in case there was a defender here on this top floor, they wanted to essentially overwhelm them. And now they're flying into this objective. No time wasted. This is the French Resistance we were expecting, as Florentine unfortunately kills themselves, but here they are on B site. Flash is utilized to push them in. EMP getting planted, but there's 3 Cheeky Breachy left alive. They absolutely got in behind this Cheeky Breachy defense.
Yeah, I mean, Rez is sneaking in.
What the?
He gets 1. Freezer got another. I mean, Taniko takes down Freezer. Nocturus takes down Black Cat. It's now Rez v2. Rez could easily get the defuse. Both members aren't near. One now hops in, but Noctilus takes down Rez, and we see that fast-paced action of French Resistance.
I mean, where was that on Hideout? Maybe they just weren't confident going into that first map, but there's nothing to lose now, Fallen. They got to put everything on the line, and that play looked great from the French Resistance squad.
There they are, the French Resistance I know and love, just getting in there, overwhelming, taking over. Brilliant performance, you know, very well done to them. They got that, was it B-site? Yeah, got that B-site like it was nothing. Just took it. There's.
Yeah, and it started with that interesting sort of drop down off of the side, right?
Yeah, and they, you know, they jumped into that top floor, grabbed, you know, that top floor. So they had that area, made sure there was no one up there, got that hatch, and just immediately went in. Had the little slip up from Florentine with the grenade.
Yeah. Yep.
A little slip up, but yeah, it still worked out for him.
Yeah, you can't be perfect at the end of the day. We can't expect perfection. It's what you're certainly after when you're at this level playing in a tournament like this. But the round win is good enough, right, Jonesy? They're up 2-0 here on the attacking set on Skyscraper. I feel like that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 on any map is a really good start. And we have one of them above Red Room, one of them below Red Room, next to Electrical. And Red's just kind of taking a little peek, but no one actually in the building, apart from CHBR, who were on the defense.
Yeah, Vreezer's pushed out pretty far to this lobby, hoping to find a pick or two as they hear that grapple hook come in from, I believe that's Noctil or Scud over there. They will maybe be a little bit baited towards paying too much attention to that window, which could have been Scud's intention. Is draw the eye of whoever could be over here to that window and then rotate back with the rest of the team over towards objective. They're still on the roof, though, and I gotta wonder, French Resistance maybe just trying to throw off the timing of this Cheeky Breachy team, a lot like they did last round.
Yeah, I mean, now instead of... Oh, look at this, the fast-paced action. All of them hopping in through radio window. Lolo on a quite frontal position. Grenade goes out. Doesn't manage to get anyone, but O takes some shots and takes down Lolo.
Holding down a site as the battle unfolds. Jadow scoops up a nice headshot to get their first kill on French Resistance. Everyone here holding things down. 4 rifles blasting rounds through the wall, through the smoke. Jadow scoops another one. Rez gets one. Florentine actually picking up a double, a triple. Can they make it a quadra? They can. Can they make it 5? The ace is on the line here for Florentine as they have the EMP in hand. Pushing a site. Could get the plant and clutch this up for their team.
Yeah, we have the EMP going down as a little bait. Freezer, super close. Florentine does kind of have to be careful.
Come from.
And he gets the ace.
Wow.
Oh my god. That fast-paced action coming out.
That is a massive clutch from Florentine. The full ace on the board there, and we got to pull that scoreboard up, Fallen, to show off the KDs there. 5 from Florentine on that round alone.
That's crazy. They all packed up in that room, and Florentine decided that he wasn't having it. He got in there, took them all out, said, "That is my room. My room. Get out." I just took it over completely. Yeah, and held the ground. Well done to Florentine.
Yeah, I mean, on the holding ground, a great plant, a great bait. They do a great job, Jonesy, of getting control of the space and then ultimately holding it down, identifying where they could be getting pushed, peaking the right time at the right place, finding the headshot on to Vreezer. I mean, that is the worst case scenario for Cheeky Breachy right there, as they really had that round in their control.
I mean, there wasn't much Freezer could do in that 1v1. Florentine was about half HP, and RFI looking to do a similar push to what we saw before, but there is 2 people ready for it above.
Skyscraper getting reported in as French Resistance's strongest map, so maybe this is where they do get things back in order, but they also did lose a 4-0 just the last map, and so they're up 3-0 now, and we'll see if they can keep putting points on the board. They're starting things off a little bit rough against SMGs, no less, losing 1 player out the gate on this entry.
I mean, the grenades are going around. FR is 1 down, but they have 3 people here now on this bottom waiting to push through. And we have Taniko going down upstairs. That Omen is popping off. We have another one going down. Shadow getting 1, and everyone just comes down one by one by one.
No other way to say it but a absolute throw of a round from French Resistance. They have a terrible time getting through into the objective space, and Cheeky Breachy are just there ready and waiting with the few bits of utility they have.
I mean, it's normally my job to tell the audience what happens, but I need some info here. You know, what did just happen?
Yeah, it really was RFI it's just not finding the shots they need, not getting their way through into that entry space. And I mean, that is a massive clutch round for Cheeky Breachy. They're completely back into this series. They can get rifles into their kits. They can get utility down around objective. They've got smokes. They've got frags. It is a completely ready and waiting Cheeky Breachy squad. Momentum, as I think Jonesy completely reset off of that round.
Yeah, that round is completely flipped the eco. RFI do have 2 rifles, but no one else can really afford anything because that round 3 is, if you lose round 3, there's barely a chance of you being able to buy anything else.
Very true. We're about to get back into it as round number 5 kicks off here. And Scud, the drone, everything coming out to assess the scenario in front of them, try and get some kind of idea of how to push in here against this Cheeky Breachy squad. They've had huge clutches. They've had big rounds to get them up into this 3-1, but now they're going to have to be the team that clutches with only 2 rifles up against a fully kitted defense. It is the French Resistance's turn to turn it on.
I mean, French Resistance here taking it slow like they have the past couple rounds. 2 of them over on Cerberus side, while 3 of them are outside of Ven and Jado. It's just kind of slow walking, listening, and we see that rappel go on and off for French Resistance as Jado is below, just kind of waiting. But maybe we see another radio push coming through.
They've got the utility down, like I said, off of that round alone, able to cash in on the W, and we're going to have to get through some static emitters, likely some nades that'll be bouncing around inside that server room. So definitely going to be a hard place to work forward through. And it looks like instead they're going to go for that quick push back into this into the podcast room, I think, the radio room. And that also was a fake out. They're really trying to misdirect this Cheeky Breachy defense. And so far, they've done a great job of doing just that. There's a nade prepped here by Rez. It doesn't get thrown, and a good read from Cheeky Breachy to know that that was just a bait and switch. And they almost all crash back to be anticipating the server room rotation now. With Jad out here holding things down, it does seem to be a server room play.
Yeah, I mean, we do have one going down there, Florentin. Nico pushing. Rez gets that nade out, but it is in the corner. Not much can be done. Nico going, picking up some stuff. That is what's needed, and we kind of have a push from server and the corridor here. The wall going down at any moment. It's not so. It takes down Blank and Rez in sight.
Massive double kill that sets things up for French Resistance to push into site. Jad out here holding things down. Site is opened up now as a nade gets tossed in. They'll be able to back off in time and avoid that damage. But on the flank, you got Vreezer. Rifle in hand and headshot, dead. Noctwist finds that kill. Scud with another, and it's a down to Jado and a 1v4. They're going to have to pull off a miraculous clutch.
Lolo literally ran out of pistol ammo, otherwise the kill would have been there, but Nico takes it down with the Cyclone.
Back and forth, Fallen. We do not have a clear momentum leader here in the first half.
I really do not have a reasonable explanation for this. It's just so strange. It's something that I've never seen before. It's just back and forth, back and forth. Nobody can really, take hold. Obviously, French Resistance got that 3-0 lead, but who's that to say that Cheeky Breachy won't turn around and get another point off this round? It's one of those. I really cannot, guess this game anymore.
Yeah, and we did just see a little appreciation for the skin coming in from French Resistance as the whole team pointing at that glorious skin. We really do appreciate the support from the players, from everyone that's maybe not even playing in the VRML. I think I saw some people say, I picked up that skin, I don't even play on a team, just because it does look good. And yeah, again, hats off to Triangle Factory. Hats off to the guys on the VRML team that did design the initial concept to get it to that point. But Triangle Factory really took what we gave them and ran with it and produced great skins for both the purchasable one and, of course, the one that you can earn by being top 8. So it's great to see. We love to see players utilizing them and enjoying them in this postseason. And, well, back to the action we go for round number 6.
Yeah, round 6 here. So it is a force buy round. I mean, Tanico still can buy a whole other Vezin if they really want to. We see a site which we've only seen, well, really once, and we had that push where they just dropped through the hatch. And then the second time we saw it, it didn't go the same way, and French Resistance failed one by one. But we have the drops going, one in lobby and one right next to the A site.
Jadow's here, RCMP in hand, ready for the breach through these windows, anticipating maybe a swing through or something. That could definitely net them a kill if they are ready for it, but at the same time, they could be vulnerable if that gets broken down and you got a nice peek from Florentine over through the corner. Jadow will likely lose that battle between a rifle and an RCMP in this distance. So they'll duck back in. They have the door blocker to also utilize as a piece of protection, but that door blocker taking bullets and quickly eliminated on the offensive side. So no more advantage there. Still double trip mines, though, and I think those got identified by the drone. So every bit of utility here getting nicely picked apart by French Resistance.
Yeah, I mean, just taking down those trip mines will be very helpful, because you can accidentally step on one, even if you've already noticed them. The drone finding them was really helpful. We have 2 people in. Not to take down Freezer upstairs. That wall ready to go down. Grenade from O.O, and it takes out Lolo. Now a 4 versus 4. Shadow goes down by Nocturne, spraying through that smoke.
And Black Cat holding down A side as the walls open up. Black Cat here on the short corner will catch one at the cost of their teammate's life. O.O swings out to scoop up another, and the duo here is in a dangerous spot. You don't want to be where Florentine is. You could get pinched from either that doorway or the long hallway. It has to be covered by Tonico, who is watching the long hallway. If Tonico goes down, then it's very bad news for Florentine. They're going to try the EMP plant on one of the few places that you can plant in between the table and the chair. You can shoot through the wall, or O.O can swing and catch the kill. There's another swing from Black Cat. They'll clean things up, and Cheeky Breachy find 2 vital points at the back half of the first half of map number 2. They could have gotten their foot in the door there, fallen for them to now put on a perfect offensive set as we swap sides and reset economy.
As I said, it's back and forth. It's happened again. Cheeky Breachy got that, 1 round back. And I just want to say to French Resistance, brilliant use of all the gadgets here. Using them fire bombs or whatever you call. I forgot now.
Incinerators.
Incinerators, that's it. Throwing them in, making sure they've got everything down that they need. Well done to Cheeky Breachy on getting that pinch. That pinch, came together as one player came round, one player went the other way. Got Florentine, and then they just had to take out the last player, which was a difficult task at the end.
Yeah, again, a very nice coordinated effort on both sides, really, and we love to see this battle of the back and forth for these teams to try and qualify into the semis. The competition for their season, for that prize pool, it's all on the line here this afternoon. And, Cheeky Breachy are just 5 points away from advancing on to the semifinals. They've won their first map 7-4, and now they go on the attack, hoping to pile some offensive rounds on, but I don't think it's going to be terribly easy on Skyscraper of all maps. So this could be French Resistance putting one on the board and pushing us to a map 3 decider.
I mean, we always love a map 3, but it completely depends how CHBR play here on this attack.
O.O, Freezer, Black Cat all outside in that lobby waiting to push into bathroom. You got the long angle here from Black Cat, and on this pistol round, everyone being a little bit extra cautious. Freezer, I think, gets tagged for some shots to the wall. Noctilus will catch their first kill with the Spectral in that bathroom. Another kill coming in this time from Rez as that nade nearly catches Noctilus, forces them off. On the backside, you do have O.O threatening through the window as well. And so this cheeky, breachy squad with very bits of slices of HP. Now look at that, everyone at 1 HP. They are very close to getting picked apart here, but it is still a 4v4 technically.
O takes down Scud there. What a kill. Every little kill coming in handy as O is the only person on CHBR on 100 HP. Everyone else, like you said, either on 1 or 14.
EMP plant coming in from Black Cat. O vaults in and takes some big damage from a trip mine. Now everyone is low on HP. A nade follows up, almost catches him. O can't find Florentine on site. Everyone gets chipped apart by Cheeky Breachy from nades or shots from Florentine. Noctilus, everybody going down, and French Resistance get their 5th point on the board with a nice solid pistol defensive round. They're going to make sure that everybody is cleaned up, that they've got all the utility they can carry with them through to that next round before they finish off defusing the EMP and advancing in 5-2 to our next round of this back half. A big pistol set locked in, Fallen. It puts them up at a position where they could be buying in nicely to round number 6, 7.
Now they have money to spare. They definitely have the upper hand with the presence, but we can see an Omen coming in from Cheeky Breachy, which is a bit unorthodox, but as I said, I'm not going to diss out the Omen from what happened last round.
No kidding.
But I thought Cheeky Breachy had it. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden French Resistance turned it around and it just ended like that. Done. No clue what happened, but well done to French Resistance.
Yeah, it is a beautiful comeback there, a nice clutch. Everyone's so low on the Cheeky Breachy side that they just weren't able to find kills in those exchanges, in those firefights, especially on the pistol round. If you have a Vezin, you can maybe make some magic happen at low HP, but pretty hard to do when you're battling pistol v pistol. So nice job, nice attempt, but ultimately French Resistance are looking good here. Jonesy up 5-2, just 2 away from locking in the second map.
I mean, if they lock in this second map, I can't remember the first map, but we see a third map, right? And
yes,
that is, everything would come down to that, and French Resistance just want to fight at that prize pool.
It would be Factory, because Ship was banned.
Yeah. Be a nice Factory map, which is a map which everyone loved, and as an alpha player, it was the only map I really played back then. I didn't really have a choice, though.
Little drone work coming in through the vents to kind of find out where this defense is. The vent play definitely seems to be the order for Cheeky Breachy, and it could cost them their lives as Noctilus almost goes down. Lolo and Noctilus are still here, though, inside server room, and O.O likely not going to be ready for the player behind them as the pinch there. Noctilus does all the work themselves, catches the kill. EMP's down in vent, and Cheeky Breachy are in a tough spot on this offensive push.
Yeah, I mean, now falling down into this 3 versus 5, but Lolo, even after dying, still got Freezer through them trip mines. Now a 2 versus 1. Rez in the vents, and Black Cat has crouched his way down the far side stairs near radio. Panico picking that off. Now a 1 versus 4 Rez on the stairs.
Hell Syringe coming in. They have 2 of them over on French Resistance. And with just a pistol, Rez has a lot of work to do, a lot of HP to chew through if they want to have a chance of taking down this French Resistance squad. They're going to go back to the old server room play, back to where there's several dead players out in server room, and try and make this drop down happen. They are going to be hurt as soon as they do drop down, but they have to go here if they want the EMP, because I do believe the EMP is down over here as well. So you have to make this move, drop down, scoop up the EMP, have a chance at pushing. There's the drop down. They look around the corner. No one is home. Everyone's rotated off of this position down here, and 55 seconds left. They open up the wall. They're going to try and clutch this with a pistol, and it's going to quickly be shut down by Scud. French Resistance 6-2, map 2. One more round until we're headed to a third map decider.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go on, Fallen.
That hold on servers was absolutely beautiful. No way they were getting through that vent with any casualties. Oh, dropped in a bit early. Maybe got a bit greedy, maybe not. But he just dropped in, went around that corner, and the player behind came in, got the kill on him, and it was just that was over by then, basically. Outnumbered, and yeah, that was it.
More good utility use coming in too there. The trip mine catching the kill on the backside to help prevent that flank from coming in, and so a nice trade on that server room. I think it was a 1-for-2 overall on that push in. And actually, no, they catch the kill early too. So yeah, really just shutting down that server room push right out the gate. And French Resistance really defending nicely here. This may just be their map, Jonesy, as they're 1 point away from advancing on. And quite frankly, even at this stage, we're guaranteed a third map because they've got 6 points on the board. So the best that Cheeky Breachy can do is tie. So map 3 is coming.
Yeah, I mean, now that they have guaranteed their place in that third map, that's what it comes down to. Cheeky Breachy just want to get as many rounds as they can, because if they then tie that third map, they want to try and tie the points as well, so that they still have a chance going through. Odo dropping into the lobby. Not really any flankers from French Resistance. All 5 staying around the site. Odo setting off that proximity, and 4 people from French Resistance sat in a site.
Playing this one very cautiously, as you would expect from a team that is just a round away from winning a map, and a team that also just lost a 4-0 lead on map 1. They are not going to take anything for granted. They're not getting overconfident. A great nade, immolation, smoke, Solo picks up a double through that doorway in the corner, and everybody getting shut down trying to break through this hole in the wall. Reezer finds one, finds only one, as Tonico gets that other refrag. Rez actually scoops up one more, and it's a 1v3 for the moment.
Takes down a second there, Scud through the wall, now making it a 1 versus 2. He has to push, as there's not really much he can do. He does have this EMP. Rez does get a couple of shots off. Going to peek back to the door. He's one, gets super low. No stim available for him.
I think Rez ran out of ammo, or is close to being out of ammo for this rifle.
Yeah, very low on ammo by the looks. He's just going to have to be careful here. He knows that he has to get a couple of kills to win the round, but it looks like he may be going for a... Oh, no, never mind. He's a bit undecisive now.
Yeah, maybe an eco would be the right choice. Maybe a misdirect with that window breaking is the goal, but I feel like holding this rifle in to the next round might be worth doing.
Can't hold it into the next round. If he doesn't push, then...
Oh, you're right. Yeah, this is it. They lose the... You're right.
I mean, he is literally super low right now. He doesn't know where anyone is. If he gets on site, he can maybe take one. But it's all risk and not much reward. And Noctilus in the corner, making it 7-2 for Skyscraper.
French Resistance lock in another, well, their first victory, this time taking map number 2. We're headed to a map 3 series decider, but a bit of a gap there in this round, 7-2 in comparison. So French Resistance definitely coming in strong on Skyscraper. We'll be headed towards Factory for our final map of this best of 3. When we look at the stats, we see Factory favors itself in the hands of French Resistance percentage-wise, but Cheeky Breachy have played it far more this season. Very interested to see, or not this season, but overall, very interested to see how this one shakes up. But your thoughts there, Fallen, on our second map of the afternoon on Skyscraper?
You know, great comeback on the second map by French Resistance to, give them quite a lead on rounds, aren't they?
Yeah. They actually are now technically in first in this best of 3. If there was to be a first or second, they would be the team advancing on if we didn't have this third map to be played out. But we do have the third map to be played out, and Plenty more games coming up ahead of us as I pull up the wrong bracket again. Apologies. The EU bracket is what we're looking at. A reminder that this is the last game of today. The winners here will go up against Blaze EU, who beat Underdogs, and they will compete in the semifinals next weekend. That's Saturday, same time, same place, so do be sure to tune in and catch the EU semifinals on Saturday, and then Sunday we'll play out the third place match and the finals match. So a lot of games left ahead of us over the course of next weekend. This may be the last map for EU, but it is not the last map of the day or of the month even. We've got plenty more left ahead of us today and over the course of this weekend, because again, we're doing the same thing for NA in just a few hours. 1:30 p.m. PST start time. We'll be jumping into the North American top 8 single elim group stage round 1, and cannot wait for those games, but we're going to save talking about those for the pre-show, which again starts at 1:30 p.m. PST. I think we're going to go into another brief timeout, as I do see some players disconnecting, likely grabbing water, maybe recharging some headsets, because now we have to go into that third map. It's a little bit longer gameplay session than maybe they anticipated, but I think we're going to take another quick break here. We'll jump right back into the action when map number 3 fires up between Cheeky Breachy and French Resistance. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to dive into our third map of the afternoon. For those just tuning in, it is Cheeky Breaky versus French Resistance. And map number 3 is about to kick off. We are headed, of course, to Factory. We are round number 1, Factory kicking off, pistol round again here with a top floor objective. How do you see this one shaking out, Fallen?
Personally, I feel like Cheeky Breachy will take this one. I feel like they have a bit more experience on Factory compared to Skyscraper, and I feel like French Resistance are just going to be that one map wonder. Let's see as it unfolds.
Okay. Here it goes, hatch open, breach ready to go. About ready to drop in right onto O.O if they do, and they'll be running into some early action, but they have to get control of the locker room first, and Freezer shuts down a multitude of them as they enter in. Tonico gets scooped up, and Cheeky Breachy shut down French Resistance entirely from advancing in.
Yeah, I mean, that immediate round execution there is to see. Fallen, like you said, Cheeky Breachy got the advantage.
I know what I'm saying.
He foresaw it with the experience, with the stats. He used his tactical mind to determine that that was going to be a dominant round by Cheeky Breachy, and it was dominant. Look at the scoreboard. I think they had 1 death on that round there, so yeah, only 1 death coming in from Freezer. Everyone else surviving with multiple kills across the board there. Scud and Black Cat only 2 excluded out of the action, but it's going to be cash across multiple players, and it does mean we see an Omen and 2 Vezins getting scooped up on the side of French Resistance. Excuse me, whoops, Cheeky Breachy. I got to swap the team sides. My apologies. Cheeky Breachy is on the attack and defense, and French Resistance is on the attack. We had our scoreboard the other way around, but yeah, a good start for them as we get ready to dive into round number 2.
Yeah, coming into round number 2, hopefully CHBR keep riding that momentum on, and French Resistance looking like they're going for the same spot again for this middle floor, usually an orange hole.
They need control of the hatch. They need control of top floor. They can't allow it to go the way of their enemies. And Jado is going to be the first to go down as they do roam this upper floor. A nice pickup there in the locker room. Everybody here on French Resistance to make sure that it's clear up top. Fortunately, it wasn't a rifle or anything given into the hands of French Resistance. And so for now, at least, the big heavy hitters are still down on the objective waiting for the push.
I mean, yeah, all of them just surrounding this hatch. Rez does only have a pistol, and he's at the bottom of these stairs just waiting. Tonico and Lolo sat at the top of this hatch, Noctalis on gravel, while Florentin and Scud on the stairs. Rez gets a hit. They're just staying and watching this angle, peeking between the box and the pillar, just waiting for this hatch to go.
They got a little bit of damage, quickly relocated to a different spot. It's all tactical stuff as they try and throw off their opponent. They have still 3 players here on these stairs, potentially being a threat, as Rez does hear the grappling hook behind them, drops a bit farther back down the stairs, and anticipates this move from Tonico to open up that window. They completely get out of that position, and they're going to try and hit Tonico from the bottom floor. They will catch them out, and a beautiful read from Rez that finds them a kill. They're going to go back up onto these stairs and continue to defend the objective. Breezer will find a kill, and it's up to Florentine, Lolo, and Noctalis in a 3v4.
Yeah, Lolo here on this bottom floor doesn't notice the window behind. Rez not actually jumping out of this one, and Freezer takes down Noct off of gravel. It's now a 2 versus 4 with the rifles all still in the hands of Cheeky Breachy. We have an orange push. Lolo popping in.
They're finally inside, ready to push objective. A beautiful nade will catch Lolo as soon as they make their way there. Black Cat scoops up 1. Florentine's alone with a pistol against 2 rifles at SMG and a healing syringe from Rez. Definitely hard to go up against, and the 1v4 with half HP. very likely to go the way of, unlikely to go the way of French Resistance. Cheeky Breachy looking to push up an early 2-0 lead. And we've seen 2-0 leads go well for teams and also go bad for teams. So I think actually what we're going to see for here from Florentine is the full eco. They are going to tuck all the way into the roof and not allow that extra bit of cash to go in to the Cheeky Breachy hands, because this is the last map to be played.
Yeah, I mean, every round here will count, and CHPR are just getting the advantage that they kind of want to and are pushing for.
There's the timer finishing the round off. Florentine will stay alive, but not really carry much through with them. Just their life, the Spectral, that doesn't really cost a whole lot. And, well, enough cash to get a few things on the side of RFI, but Cheeky Breachy looking good with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, following them on.
Oh, go ahead, John. Go ahead.
No, I need to quickly do something. One sec.
Alright, anyways. Well, as I said, Cheeky Breachy, this is their map. You know, it's their time to shine. And so far, they're proving me right, you know, making me look good, making me look like I've got a big brain up there.
Yeah, they certainly are. Playing well, playing strong. They've got some good plays so far today. And, I mean, this is a pretty big buy from RFI, so this is a big round in overall. Cheeky Breachy could go up 4-0 if they lock in this next round.
Yes, they can. I see 2 grenades on the board, which is actually pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, we've seen utility be a vital element in these sort of bounce back rounds, the comeback rounds. It's, if anything, the only thing that really works well with a pistol against a rifle is using the grenade. Gets you some good tosses and gets you those frags you need to pick up the weapons you want. And yeah, it's not surprising to see it here with the one player that is ecoing, grabbing up double nades, so they'll be able to still be effective in this full buy firefight, because that's what it is. Everyone with rifles in hand for French Resistance. Everyone kitted out on the side of Cheeky Breachy. Plenty of utility laid down, and well, it looks like A site is the setup for French Resistance.
Yeah, this full blue push. We have someone hopping in on blue stairs. No big roamers, and we do have Lolo drop. O-to-O, kind of watching down. We have some stuff going around and a nade landing below hatch. Lolo just staying back Tetris, trying to get a piece off. Grenade goes out back sight, just lands a bit too far.
Really is the waiting game here as French Resistance try their hand at breaking through. The smoke denying vision on Tonico over the top as Tonico flies in, gets aggressive. Razor scoops up that frag, and it's 3 down in a flash for French Resistance. Not able to break through the shell at A site. Scud Noctilus catching a lot of pre-fire guesswork and could be getting pinched any moment now.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow is on this flank. He has just taken down 1. So both Scud and Noctilus do have to be careful. The foam is going down on that wall, and Scud is coming around towards the hatch. Grenade lands all the way back and takes out Scud. Noctilus now in a 1 versus 4. Probably going for the save.
Yeah, best choice is to eco right now. Hold on to your extra cash. Hold on to that rifle, because this was a full buy from French Resistance. They committed hard into this round, and it did not go the way that it needed to for them. I don't want to count French Resistance out either, because, man, they are an amazing team, and both of these squads have been fighting so hard this afternoon. When we do look at that overall scoreboard, we can see the French Resistance squad, you know, battling map number 1, 7-4, battling map number 2 here, winning back number 2, 7-2, and now down 2-0 out the gate. Cheeky Breachy want to lock this series up off of a good start, map 1 on Hideout. We'll have to see how they can pull things off here on Factory. It's, well, a tall order to say the least, and Noctilus is going to be carrying the rifle through the next round at least, but round 3 into the pockets, and Cheeky Breachy will go up 3-0. much like you predicted, Fallen, this cheeky squad is looking cheeky. As Noctilus almost catches a kill. Out goes one, and oh no, Freezer goes down. A costly, over-aggressive mistake. Who knows? But definitely nice for Noctilus to get one more on the board before we go into round 4.
I mean, they've got that money to spend. You know, might as well go for it. Why not? As you can see, Cheeky have took the board. I mean, kills on the French resistance side isn't looking too great. 2 for Florentine, 2 for Tonico, and 1 for Noctilus.
Yeah, it's definitely not a lot of kills coming in the first 3 rounds on that French resistance squad. It means that when we go into this next round here, they're going to have a very limited economy, and we do see that getting impacting their buys here. Jonesy, 2 rifles coming in. It's going to be essentially an eco round with a hope and a prayer. They've got the Taurus, a couple of nades. They just need to put something together here in round 4. Maybe get 2 on the board. We've seen that work for teams today. We've seen it not. So who knows what the play is for French resistance. But right now, Cheeky Breachy are running away with a great momentum comeback off of losing map 2.
Yeah, I mean, look at them now. I mean, sorry about that. I had a bit of a freeze frame there with my controller disconnected. RFI hopefully now coming in and clutching around R2. That sort of momentum will carry them through, and they just really want to push for the win. And Freezer already taking down Scud. It's not the way that they may want it, as another one goes down to Freezer.
Noctilus is just up here trying to fight, and Freezer's finding the headshots. The nade toss comes up and over and backs them off of the doorway for a moment. They're still going to be here peeking and fighting. Finally, they do decide to drop back and hold back on this objective. 2 kills is good enough for them, as they do have a nice 5v3 lead in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Lolo and Tonico both just throwing each other stuff across this doorway, not knowing if someone is still watching. Couple of pre-fires coming through, and Florentine just still sat on that janitor side of the window with that RCP in hand.
Time ticks down on the clock, minute 45 left for French resistance to work with as the team starts to work their way into a side of bots. An aid that just gets barely picked up. Will get thrown over the top and not catch anyone out, but maybe deter defenders from that doorway as they try to work their sight here, get into B, push in to B room. That's a good nade that does catch Black Cat in the corner. RFI stealths their way in, scoops up another. The comeback is real for French resistance as the plant goes down. A 1-for-1 with Jado and Tonico. Vreezer's still alive, but the plant is here. Stealth active for Lolo as they hold things down. Smoke denying some vision. Jado could be into a fight soon, but they don't peek at the right time, and instead the defender will drop back. Lolo and Florentine holding things from different angles. Oh, wow. They're going to go all the way outside. Watch through the window, through the hole in the wall to the EMP.
Yeah, I mean, the little head peek that Lolo will get in if they uncrouch, it's just literally a straight line to the bomb. It's quite common to watch just to peek the door, but I've never seen the EMP be planted there. Shadow going down from Lolo. Odo gets a kill, but then Florentine to take the round from the side angle.
Huge, massive, clutch round from RFI. The French resistance locking in a big round number 4 off the Eco 2 rifles in hand. Fallen. That's a massive comeback for them in round 4.
Great round for them. Closed down the site. Brilliant. Using them angles. Brilliant work on them angles. Using that window. Using the boxes, the cloak. Just all around perfect to make sure that EMP stays there and it doesn't get touched.
It really was a nice defensive setup when you do reflect on it, to have the active camo tucked in up top, to have that window defender. They weren't even seeing the EMP. They could have vaulted out and gotten close if they needed to, but they were literally defending from that over-aggressive push out into that room. That was the whole purpose of being at that window. So overall, a great read from French resistance on how that Cheeky Breachy squad was going to work their way in to that objective space, and ultimately they catch themselves a huge round win. Full buys into the hands of everybody on French resistance. Similarly, Cheeky Breachy with 3 rounds in a row have the economy to pick up guns and be ready for the action here going into round 5.
Yeah, I mean, CHBR now just kind of focusing on trying to win because they know that it was 7-2 for French Resistance when they won. They yeah. Grenades and trip mines going around Oda and Freezer. Now, Noctua is stuck in a 1v4. Oda taking it out.
Wow.
That round went very quick.
What just happened?
Hey, yeah, did you blink? You might have missed it. That was
my frame froze. My frame freeze as the shots went up.
a very fast round locked in by Cheeky Breachy there. French Resistance absolutely getting completely overwhelmed that round. The full buy, the confidence in Cheeky Breachy, they stopped playing passively and absolutely locked in a 4th point on the board on defense. Economy in a bit of trouble for French Resistance now, falling off of losing that round. All they get is some SMGs and a pair of rifles.
Yeah, it's not looking good on the money front. These SMGs might do the trick, but at the same time,
hey.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's one of those. It could be very, very good for them. It could be tragic. Could be a waste of money.
Yeah, it really could be. I mean, it is the last round, I suppose, so you have to spend everything that you have before we do swap sides and reset economies. So, you know, at least the buys won't hurt their economy after this round, but it may not be effective utility or effective tools to get them to where they need to go. As Lolo gets the swap from the SMG to the rifle, Scud or Noctilus takes the EMP and the RCMP, and the French Resistance team gonna try and make some magic happen here, put 2 on the board, get their foot in the door so they can put up a solid defensive set themselves. We've seen a lot of back and forth today. I frankly anticipate that to be the case when French Resistance do go on to the defense. But for now, they have one more round to attack, and they're taking their sweet time walking around here on the roof and rotating all the way around to the back side of the objective.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a weird push, just like we've seen before. They've just gone up to the roof and are on the other side of the building from the storage. But I think it is a little bit expected. I mean, Rez is watching from B site over to assembly line, and no one is actually in yet, but there is a drone going around inside of assembly currently.
Trying to suss out where the heck this offense should go, where the defense is set up, and ultimately getting them ready to push into the backside of site. Very much seems to be a rare B site push, or at least a flank coming in through the hangar rooms here. They will be pushing into the backside of this defense if they're fortunate enough. Maybe it's going to be a hatch play down to A.
Yeah, I mean, they could easily drop A and drop into electrical here. We don't know what they're going to do, but electrical hatch has been found with another phone from Noctilus still being held.
4-1 in map number 3. If you're just tuning in, map 1 went to Cheeky Breachy 7-4. Map 2 went to French Resistance 7-2. And now we're here deciding who our winner is, who will advance on to the semifinals for a chance to compete for that first, second, and third place prize pool, the cash, the hardware. It's on the line this afternoon. We're here into the final map of this best of 3, the final map of the EU top 8 single elimination, and it has been nothing but exciting, action-packed games. These teams playing their hearts out here as we do get into another bit of action. 30 seconds on the clock, walls opening up. Here comes the push from French Resistance. O.O trying to defend off, but getting flanked by Lolo. A quick refrag puts things at even odds as Razor shuts down the EMP plant. Will find Scud deep in the smoke, and it puts Florentine alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, there's Florentine in a 1v3, and Rez taking it out. Taking it now. 5-1.
Huge plays from the Cheeky Breachy squad. They are up just 2 away, fallen from locking in the series. Do you think they'll get it quick, or is French Resistance going to put up a bit of a fight here on defense?
I think, personally, I'm going to keep with my decision. I think Cheeky Breachy are just going to get in there and dominate it. Completely control.
Okay. Interesting. They certainly do have the momentum here so far today. The first half going 5-1 in their favor, but we always do get that side swap and a chance for the other team to defend as well and put some points on the board on the defense. We're not quite there yet with another 20 seconds left, but Jonesy, certainly a good start for the Cheeky Breachy team.
Yeah, I mean, look at them now, 5-1 going into this pistol round. Their momentum must be at a high. They're going to be looking like a storage push with one person coming in from above. That would be Rez. He's currently just waiting, and there is Noctalis and Lolo and Florentin all in server. So it's, well, they're just all kind of looking around. I got confused with the cyclone moment. It's so confusing that there's quite a few of them down here, but they haven't noticed Nico crouch walking behind. Shadow actually goes down to it.
The double team there. They'll catch Shaniko out, and the drone will advance up the stairs, enabling them to push ever so closer to that objective. Scud tries to one-tap the drone and almost gets punished for it as shots through the wall come flying their way. But all guesswork here from these players as they shoot through this wall, trying to catch out the Cheeky Breachy team. A nice nade there. Scud tucks in just in time. Noctilus peeks the window to find a refrag. Cheeky are down to 3. This could be French Resistance putting one on the board here as Cheeky Breachy not having a good solid start to their pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, Odo is still just watching up those orange stairs, and Freezer kind of pressed in the corner. The teammate is on the roof at the top of the orange stairs, meaning Odo can kind of divert vision, but still thinking someone is hiding behind the pillar. Black Cat just going to kind of rotate round while Freezer is still trapped in the corner. 4 versus 3.
Continues to be a good fight all the way through, even into the late rounds of Map 3. These teams battling it out all the way, as you would expect in a Map 3 decider, quite frankly. Nothing but good quality action here, and French Resistance getting close to be able to confirm themselves a second round on the board. Florentine will catch one with the nade. Cheeky Breachy trying to work their way into sight. Can't quite get there, though, with the utility, the smoke. EMP plant comes in, but Black Cat will swing out and get completely caught out. Scud, everyone here defending the objective, and French Resistance start the comeback. Their pistol round on the board. They'll be able to invest into rifles going into this next round, and Cheeky Breachy are going to have to wait a little bit until they can realistically put 2 on the board. Although I say that now knowing that eco rounds certainly can go the way of the eco team, Paul, and we've seen it happen already today.
The haunting of the 5-1 is happening again.
Kidding. The curse.
Cheeky is making my brain shrink. I look so big-brained during the first bits, predicting Cheeky to dominate, but it's just shrinking by the second.
Yeah, it really. Well, I don't know. You've had some great commentary so far today, but yeah, it is Cheeky Breachy having a tough time getting the last 2 points on the board. That can be the hardest 2 points in a lot of ways, as we've seen several times so far today. It could lead to comebacks, which maybe is what French Resistance are hoping to pull off. At this stage, I gotta wonder what the practicality of them tying. I mean, if they tie, then it goes to Cheeky Breachy, I think. So a tie would work. They just need really one more point to guarantee advancement, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it is very close currently. They just got to kind of pray and hope. And Jado and Freezer both now in orange. Some sprays coming out from Taniko.
A tie would go to French Resistance.
Grenade? No? I heard something land there. Something being thrown around. This hatch is still being held. And Taniko and Lolo just kind of back to back around this wall in lockers. And a bunch of rappels coming out as 2 more members of Cheeky Breachy head up to the roof.
Should give away a little bit of the plan. Certainly a lot of players rotating over towards A site as the foam goes down. And it's really about misdirect, redirect, trying to draw your opponent's attention different directions as Reezer here vaults back down to the window, looks for a little bit of action onto Lolo, doesn't see anything and may launch themselves into the room for the first time as Tonico is here. Put some shots towards Freezer. Rez flies down. Lolo's here to support. Lolo flies out for a second, but gets picked up by Black Cat. A refrag back and forth as Tonico finds Black Cat. It puts Cheeky Breachy down a player, but it's a 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, now it's literally just a one-player difference, but Jadow's going to run to see what he can salvage. There is no Vezin on the floor as someone has actually ran and picked up the gun. You see the wall going down, maybe a little bit of a bait. As Scud is just sat in the cubby, armed incendiary, ready to go. Grenade goes out, and Jado somehow not going down to it.
Almost does. 12 HP isn't a whole lot to work with. Cheeky Breachy just trying to clear out the locker room here. They've got a lot to do as they do identify one down the long hall, and Jado gets caught through Cheeky Breachy. Cheeky still holding things down and finds 2. Can they get 3? No, they won't. It'll get shut down finally by the French Resistance on defense, but that's their second round on the books, and they are starting the comeback train. 5-3 here now. Scoreline wise, what needs to happen is French Resistance need to get 6. If they get 6, then a tie guarantees they win because they will have more rounds won overall than Cheeky Breachy. And I believe at least that's how it will work. We won't play that third map out. Maybe we play the third map if that does happen.
It's the third map.
Or a fourth map, rather.
If it's a tie, it's whoever has more points, which it's looking like. Yeah, French Resistance.
Yeah, French Resistance, because they have the most points. You add 7 and 4, you get 11. You add 7 and 2, you get 9. So so far it is French Resistance who would win that if they tied, but they're not there yet. Cheeky Breachy just need 2 more points to lock in a win and advance on to the semifinals. There's a couple of different scenarios here, Fallen, and we're coming close to a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what I was, expecting, to be fair. But, as we go into these rounds, anything can happen, anything can change. So they've all got their Vezins now, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, true. The full buy going into a fresh restart could be the opportunity for them to get that 6th point, get on the board. They don't have a ton of utility to work with, admittedly, so you're going to have to do things by the book with the rifles, using that drone to really suss out where this potential defense could be, and then working their way into what seems to be an A-site push.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be careful because they don't have suppressors, so they're not really going to be able to see nor hear when they're firing their weapon. Simply, most of them couldn't afford it, and we hear the gunfire go out, and Oda takes one out through the wall. Tonico, sadly, getting taken down.
Everyone's here on the Cheeky Breachy team as they open up the wall, put shots through that one, and begin their advancement into the objective space. More walls getting opened up as Shadow finds Florentine, and this whole defense is going to have to rotate back here. Scud finds one, they lose another. It's only 2, make it 1. Lolo alone in a 1v4. Cheeky Breachy pushing that 6th point here soon.
Yeah, I mean, Lolo kind of has to be careful. Getting Jado there, what a kill. I mean, the EMP is right with Black Cat now, so he can plant that. And it is going down in the little cubicle. Freezer dodging Lolo's bullets, and Lolo in a 1 versus 3 EMP down.
Yeah, Planted and Cheeky Breachy are playing this one extra safe. They're not overextending. They're not crashing in around French Resistance. They've got the plant, and they've tucked in to defend. They're going to force Lolo to push up, bait the defuse, then they're going to take their shots. It's going to be a tough task for Lolo, and so I think the right choice would be to either eco or send around for a flank. Ecoing at least enables you to be in a good spot for the this what could be last round, because a Cheeky win here, they'll go up 6-3 and it'll be series point in the next round. So you want to have some economy. You want to have the ability to have at least 4 rifles, and I think if they carry this one through, they might be able to have 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a push. Lolo does just need to stay alive. CHPR, they have a wonderful hold on this EMP. There's not much you can do. They're watching through walls, and we see the round there fall again.
It's not over yet for this French Resistance team. They put 3 on the board and tie this up. They will take the win. But Cheeky Breachy are 1 point away. And wow, this might be the closest map 3 we've had all of this weekend so far, Fallen. This thing is real close.
Yeah, I mean, they're battling out for that prize pool. It's a lot on the line. I mean, if I was in this situation like these lads, my heart would be out my chest. It's a lot of pressure. Honestly, you know, at the end of the day, that prize pool is looking very stacked at the minute. So these teams will battle out till the end to get it. And you know what? It's going to be one hell of a watch.
Yeah, they have to fight out for the chance to get to the semifinals today. Those semifinals are next weekend, as a reminder for anyone tuning in here. If you are just stopping by, you've missed all of the action today on the EU side. NA happens in about 2.5 hours from now. We'll be jumping in to the NA top 8 single elimination, but EU is almost over. This is the last map. This could be the last round if Cheeky Breaky can lock it in and put themselves up 7-3.
Yeah, we have Lolo just placing a proximity sensor down there for the end of this, buy phase. And we have a drone coming in through hatch, clearing out the back of Tetris and then moving around to lockers, and it goes down pretty much immediately as Taniko sees it, but second one comes out with Jado and Frieza in orange.
Trying to get info here, moving in. They'll find Lolo. They'll drop down after that drone and catch the trade 1-for-1. The push in to lock the room. That's them multiple kills, but the trip mine finds one. Unfortunately, evening things out a little bit in favor of Cheeky Breachy. Still 3-2 with Florentine and Scud holding things down. Scud in an all-out brawl through the wall there, trying to catch and prevent Cheeky Breachy from foaming and advancing in through that hole, getting the plant and then covering their tracks. That's the task for Cheeky Breachy here, as they do send one up to the roof early so that they already have one up there, not wasting time rotating. Definitely still tough to get into A with only 2, but they're in a 2v2. They're split right now, 1 on each objective, because they don't know where Cheeky Breaky is going to come in from, and so they got to replay that to their advantage. Get this plant and then tuck in. The 3-2 is real. SMG and a rifle into the hands of French Resistance. The last round on the books. The SMG does connect a little bit, but not enough to do significant damage.
Jado taking a bit of crossfire over there towards Florentin. I mean, if Frieza wanted, he could rotate round, but Jado takes Florentin down. It's now a 1 versus 3. Is this it? Good. Vezin in hand, peeking Cubby. Not managing to see anyone just yet.
Looking for the final kill on the EMP plant. Scud's going to take their time swinging here on the short corner and not find anyone home. Where has this offense gone as they push in now behind? Catch the shots on the res, but don't find the kill. It's going to be Cheeky Breaky advancing on through to the semifinals off of a solid round win there in Mat 3. What a fight we've tuned into here this afternoon, Fallen. So happy that we had you on the desk here for what was a great EU battle. Your final thoughts on what was a long day on the EU side?
I mean, it's been brilliant. Good fun to watch. And Cheeky Breachy, where's my steak dinner? Send me a DM.
Yeah. Jonesy, how are you feeling after tuning in and catching several great EU matchups this afternoon? Oh, Jonesy's silent.
I mean,
there we go.
I was having a bit of a frame drop there. I was loaded back into the lobby. I mean, it's gone well from both teams. Both teams have played really well, have fought to stay up, and as we see there, Cheeky Breachy coming out, it's like we were expecting. They were higher seeded, they played well, and having maybe that experience of being a preseason team, playing in a championship then came through hard.
Yeah, a beautiful accomplishment from the Breachy squad. They will be advancing on into our semifinals. A reminder and a look at the bracket. Blaze has won against Underdogs. Cheeky Breaky will be going up against them Saturday in the semifinals. Velocity Esports versus .com as well on Saturday. And then Sunday we have our third place match and finals match. That is next weekend. You're not going to want to miss that action. We have NA later today as well if you do want to tune in and catch all of the North American games. We have 2 games left there, and then we will be getting prepped and ready for the big semis and finals weekend. A lot to look forward to on the Reacher's side of things, on the competitive side of things, and we do appreciate everyone that's been tuning in to all of the action here this weekend. Reminder, keep your eyes on the YouTube channel. Subscribe if you haven't already. We'll be posting more interviews over the course of next week leading into the weekend. Lots of stuff, lots of content. You're not going to want to miss it. But we are definitely done here on the EU side of things. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it'll be for the NA pre-show at 1:30 p.m. PST, roughly 2 hours and 15 minutes from this time. We'll be jumping back into the action. But until then, my name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-caster is Jonesy and Fallen. We appreciate everyone for tuning in and supporting the VRML. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, and come back later today. But until then, stay classy. VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager, Triangle Factory, HyperX, Protube VR, VRCOVER. Thanks for watching VRML.